Good evening everyone, it's dark, but it's time! Tonight we're going to play book number 11 from Lone Wolf, which is book number 6 of the Magnakai series. Let's start with the story so far. You're the warrior Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters of Summerland, and sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kin during a bitter war against your age-old enemies, the Darklords of El'Jedad. Many centuries have passed since Sun Eagle, the first of your kind, established the Order of the Kai. Aided by the magicians of Desi, he completed a perilous quest to find 7 crystals of power, known as the Lorestones of Nixator. Upon their discovery, he unlocked a wisdom and strength that lay within both the Lorestones and himself. Sun Eagle recorded the nature of his discoveries and his experiences in a great tome entitled The Book of the Magnakai. You have discovered his lost Kai treasure and have given a solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, thereby ensuring the security of your land in the years to come. However, your diligent study of this ancient book has enabled you to master only 3 of the 10 Magnakai disciplines. To fulfill your pledge, you must complete the quest first undertaken by Sun Eagle over 1,000 years ago. By doing so successfully, you, too, will acquire the power and wisdom of the Magnakai, which is held within the Lorestones' crystal forms. Already your quest has taken you far from your northern homeland. Following in the footsteps of the first Kai Grand Master, you journeyed to the sea and sought the help of the Elder Magi, the magicians who aided Sun Eagle in his quest long ago. There, you learned that for centuries the Elder Magi had awaited your coming. An ancient Desi legends tells of the birth and rise to greatness of 2 Kurata Kai, which means sons of the sun. One was named Ikar, which means eagle, and the other was named Skarn, which means wolf. The prophecy foretold that the Kurata Kai will each come from the north to see the council of the Elder Magi in order that they might fulfill a great quest. Although separated by several centuries, they will share one spirit, one purpose, and one destiny, to triumph over the champions of darkness in an age of great peril. The Elder Magi knew that you were Skarn, the wolf of Desi Legion, and in keeping with their ancient vows, they promised to help you complete the Magnakai quest. In Elgin, the capital of Desi, you were tutored in the histories of Magnamond and received lessons in lore that you would have learned from the Kai Masters if only they, like you, had survived the murderous Darklord attack on the Kai Monastery 12 years ago. You were eager to learn all that your tutor, Lord Rimoa, could teach you in preparation for the next stage of your quest, but grim news from the Darklands cut short your lessons. In the Darklord city of El'Jedad, a civil war erupted following your defeat of Hakon, Archlord of the Black City. After 5 years, the battle for the throne of El'Jedad was finally won by a Darklord called Gnaag. The other Darklords, now united behind this new leader, were ordered to amass huge armies in preparation for the conquest of Magnamond. Swiftly, their Gnaag legions grew in number, enabling Gnaag to launch a sweeping invasion that caught the freelands unprepared. Several countries, after brief but futile resistance, were completely overrun by Darklord's armies. Others surrendered without fighting in the face of their determined might. And sadly, there were others still who chose to betray former friends and allies by joining the Darklord cause, in the misguided hope that they will share in the spoils of victory following the triumph of Darklord Gnaag. One such land was Vasagonia, a powerful desert realm to the north of Desi. Gnaag's armies mobilized and invaded the neighboring states of Daziarn and Cloasia. Then they marched west through the Republic of Anari in order to join with Gnaag's horde as its team rolled across central Magnamond. The Elder Magi urged you to begin the quest for the 4th Lorestone at once. The enemy armies were converging on the Anarian capital of Tau, and beneath that ancient city, the Lorestone lay hidden. Aided by Mage Master Banadon, an old friend and fellow Sumlanding, you set off in haste for Tau and arrive barely hours ahead of the enemy. Successfully, you made your descent and discovered the object of your quest, but on returning to the surface, you found Tau transformed into a blazing inferno. Darklord Gnaag and Zakan Kima, the ruler of Vessagonia, had learned of your presence and they were determined to destroy you at all costs. For days their engines of war had hurled fire and rock across the walls of Tau, with devastating effect. Then a massive assault, led by the Zakan himself, reached the west gate and gained entry to the burning city. Armed with a weapon of awesome power, the evil Zakan sought you out and challenged you to a fight to the death. The struggle was desperate, but you emerged victorious and led the Anarians in a counterattack that cleared the city of the invading foe. The allies of Anari arrived to raise the siege, and in the ensuing battle, the demoralized armies of Gnaag and Kima were smashed and routed. Your defeat of Zakan Kima turned the tide of war decisively against the Darklord armies and paved the way for the liberation of the lands they had taken by force. But the sweet taste of victory turned sour when you discovered that Darklord Gnaag had captured the last 3 remaining Lorestones of Nixator, and had vowed to avenge his defeat by destroying them and killing you. Alarmed by this, the High Council of the Elder Magi joined you in Tau to help formulate a plan of action. They had already received word from Prince Gregor, the ruler of Eru, that 3 radiant gems filled with golden light had been transported to the fortress of Torgar from the Darklord city of Mosgoar. Unable to tolerate the goodly power of the Lorestones within his own domain, Gnaag had been forced to move them to Torgar, where his sorcerers, the Daziarn, set about searching for the means to destroy them. Fearing that they might achieve their task, the Elder Magi made preparations for your secret journey to Eru, and in order to safeguard your true identity, you adopted the guise of a pathfinder, one of Prince Gregor's elite woodland scouts. After a long and perilous journey, you arrived at Torgar to find it besieged by the armies of Telestria and Palmerian. During the early months of the Darklord invasion, hundreds of Telestrians were enslaved and sent to labor in the dungeons and sulfur mines deep within the bowels of this grim city fortress. Their plight seemed hopeless until the allied armies, under the command of Lord Adamas of Garthen, finally arrived to liberate them. Due in part to your bravery and skill during the assault, Lord Adamas's troops were able to breach the great Torgar gate and storm its citadel. During this fierce battle, you gain entry to the chamber at the heart of the citadel, where the Daziarn were attempting to destroy the Lorestones. They were hung above a circular black pit and suspended in a fireball of negative energy, the focal point of several beams of power emanating from crystals set around the edge of the pit. By means of an iron gantry, you were able to climb above these energy beams and retrieve one of the Lorestones. Yet, as you reach out for the remaining 2, a terrible voice rocked the chamber. "Vengeance is mine, lone wolf!" Terror struck deep in your heart when first you set eyes upon the ghastly form of Darklord Gnaag. A rasping laugh echoed from his fly-like head as he raised the black crystal and pointed it at the gantry. "The vow I gave at Tau shall be fulfilled. Now I shall destroy you and the Lorestones." He snickered gleefully. There was a deafening crack, and a bolt of blue lightning leaped from the stone toward the rusty iron gantry. As the shockwave buffeted the fireball, the 2 remaining Lorestones were sent tumbling into the black abyss. A second bolt ripped the gantry in 2, and with the vengeful laughter of Darklord Gnaag ringing in your ears, you fell headlong into a portal of total darkness, a shadow gate which leads to the forbidding twilight world of the Daziarn Plane. For the game rules, as usual, they're the same as before, and the house rules will be the same as before as well. If we die, we're going to go back to a previous choice, take another route. If we die again, we're going to go back again, take another choice, etc. If we die in combat, we're going to take the flee option if there's one. If there's none, we're simply going to go back, try another choice, and if there's no possibility of that, we're going to go through the fight as if we won, so as to not play this game tomorrow morning. But so far, let's touch wood, we died once. Yeah, only once? Yeah, only once in book number 8. And we didn't really die, actually it was kind of a suicide. Anyway. Alright, items that we can keep, they're the same as always. Kai Disciplines, Magnakai Disciplines, we can take a new one. And I think the choice will be easy if we check the lore circles. I think, yeah, we need to take... Oh, well, there's a kind of choice to make, actually. Yeah. Two options here. Actually, we can take Weapon Mastery to complete the Circle of Fire, because we already have Hunt Mastery. Or we can take Animal Control, and the next book we take Curing, or vice versa, to complete the Circle of Flight. Oh, there's an error there in the sheet, because I have the old action charts from the original books, and in the definitive edition I just saw that the Circle of Fire is fine. The Circle of Flight is actually +4 endurance points. The Circle of Solaris is +2 combat skill and +3 endurance points, and the Circle of the Spirit is fine. Actually, gain 1 more combat skill point with the Circle of Solaris. I'm gonna make the correction right now. Okay, so that means that our combat skill actually is +17. So the decision to be made is either get +1 combat skill and +2 endurance point right now for the next 2 books, or getting +4 endurance points in the next book only. Depends if we want Animal Control and Curing first and forego Weapon Mastery. Oh, Weapon Mastery as an upgrade with our new rank. Yeah, seems like a really good upgrade. I think we're going to complete the Circle of Fire and get the bonus for 2 books. Now, what do we want for weapon mastery? I guess it will be an axe. Trusty axe. Let's recall that the axe that we're carrying right now, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's the same axe that we had at the beginning in book 1 to cut woods. And it was our punishment at the time. If it's not the same and I don't recall it, never mind. The nostalgia speaks. Which means that we have now 43 endurance points and 34 combat skill. And the combat skill will be even greater with the addition of weapon mastery. There's a way to write this skill down. Here there's a different play option saying that we could use weapon mastery even if we didn't have weapon skill. And add +2. Well, we did the run nerfed, kind of. Weapon mastery. This Magnakai discipline enables you to become proficient in the use of all types of weapons. When you enter combat with a weapon that you have mastered, you add 3 points to your combat skill. If you have the Magnakai discipline of weapon mastery with bow, you may add 3. Bow could be interesting though. Add 3 to any number that you choose from the random number table when using the bow. Well, we still have the silver bow of Duadon, which gives +3 already. The rank of Kai Master Superior with which you begin the Magnakai series means you're skilled in 3 of the weapons in the list opposite. Just want to see how to write it down. If you choose a skill right, weapon mastery +3. Okay. This means that our combat skill is now 37. And here's the weapon mastery checklist. Put a cross mark. Well, we can take bow, since we can master 3 types of weapons. There's dagger, spear, bow, short sword, or hammer, sword, axe, mace, quarterstaff, and broadsword. Oh, that was not the letter O, but a drawing of a circle. Axe, bow, and I guess the other one would be wise to use. I guess sword, since it's one of the most common weapons. Most of the time when we lose our weapons, they give us a sword. So sometimes the dagger, most often than not sword or short sword. I guess we're going to with sword. Didn't we have short sword? However, in the previous adventures, check the backup action chart of book 5. And short sword, yeah, that was it was random if I recall. I hope it's not random, there are numbers next to them. Oh, that you choose from the random number table. Ah, yeah. I guess, to be fair, we should carry over the specialty in short sword. However, but it sucks that it's random. Let's pray for an axe and a bow. Yeah, let's roll 2d10. Seven and 9. In the book, 7 is an axe. Oh, alright. And 9 is quarterstaff. Well. But we have axe, so that's pretty good. Can keep our 37 combat skill. That's for the Magnakai discipline. And the lore circle that is completed. Let's check. No, well, that's later down the road. So, equipment first. We can carry over. Alright, yeah, because, well, we're not at the base at the start, so if you have successfully completed any of the previous Lone Wolf adventures, you will already possess equipment and special items, which you may now use during your adventure in the Daziarn. Pass over this section and turn instead to the levels of Magnakai training section. Yeah, no new equipment. Levels of Magnakai training, we upgrade to the rank of Scion Kai. Good thing that we didn't eat during the last adventure. We're full of meals. In a strange new world could be useful. Not sure if the Unmastery skill will be useful. Never know. So with the level of Magnakai training of Scion Kai, we have improved Magnakai disciplines. Let's check all the upgrades for Weapon Mastery first. Weapon Mastery upgrade for Tutelary. Tutelaries are able to use defensive combat skills to great effect when fighting unarmed. When entering combat without a weapon, you will lose only 2 points from your combat skill instead of the usual 4 points. And it's written... Oh, it's not written down here. Let's change that as well. -2. Or Mentora. Mentoras skilled in weapon mastery are more accurate when using all missile weapons, whether fired, example given a bow, or thrown, example given a dagger. When using a bow or thrown weapon and instructed to pick a number from the random number table, add 2 to the number picked if you are a Mentora with the Magnakai discipline of weapon mastery. I guess I'm going to write it down beside the bow. There's 2 thrown weapons and mastery. And there's an upgrade as well for Scion Kai. When entering combat with a weapon they have mastered, Scion Kai may add 4 points instead of the usual 3 points to their combat skill. Also, when in combat without a weapon, they lose only 1 point from their combat skill. 2 upgrades. That's quite worth it. That means our combat skill is now up to 38, passing through a shadow gate. It's quite a good upgrade. Better than going downstairs. The other improved Magnakai disciplines for the Scion Kai level is invisibility. Scion Kai are able to alter their physical appearance at will in order to deceive an enemy. The duration and effectiveness of this deception increases as a Kai Master rises in rank. Batsmanship, Scion Kai with his ability are able to converse with any sentient creature. They are also able to make themselves invisible when subjected to any psychic or magical spells of detection. Psi Screen. When engaging in psychic combat, Scion Kai are able to absorb and control some of the energies directed at them. By deflecting or inducing the hostile energy, they can either reduce the damage they sustain or increase the power of their own psychic attacks. I guess the option will be in the book somewhere, because there's nothing to write down for the combats themselves. And the last one, divination. Scion Kai are able to leave their body in a state of suspended animation and in spirit form explore their immediate surroundings unhindered by physical limitations. This ability is called Spirit Walking. The length of time a Kai Master can Spirit Walk increases as they rise in rank. When the spirit is separated from the body in this fashion, the body remains inanimate and vulnerable to attack. If a Kai Master's body is killed while Spirit Walking, their spiritual self will also cease to exist, and vice versa. Some interesting new ability. And that's pretty much it, since we can't alter our special items list and our equipment list. For the special items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12 items with the medal. That is the memento from a soldier that we saved before going to Torgar. Yeah, we're ready to go. But before, a little bit of Magnakai Wisdom. Your visit to the twilight world of the Daziarn will be fraught with supernatural dangers as you search for the 2 remaining Lorestones. Be on your guard at all times, for here even the familiar laws of nature are strange and unstable. Make notes as you progress through this story, for they will be of great help, both in this quest and in the ultimate Magnakai adventure which follows it. There are many things that you find which will help you during your quest. Some special items will be of use in this and in next Lone Wolf adventure. Some special items will be of use in this and in the next Lone Wolf adventure, while others may be red herrings of no real value at all. Try to be selective in what you decide to keep. If this is your first Magnakai adventure, be sure to choose your 3 Magnakai disciplines with care. A wise choice will enable any player to complete a quest, no matter how weak their initial combat skill and endurance point scores may be. Successful completion of previous Lone Wolf adventures, although an advantage, is not essential for the completion of this Magnakai adventure. The future of Magnamon and the restoration of the Kai depend upon the success of your Daziarn quest. May the spirit of your ancestors and the wisdom of the great gods Kai and Ishir guide you safely along the path of the Magnakai, or Summerland and the Kai. Section 1 of Lone Wolf Book 11, number 6 of the Magnakai series, The Prisoners of Time. All sense of time and space is lost as you plunge headlong into the whirling black throat of the abyss. Only a numbing chill and a mournful sound, like a million voices crying in despair, accompany you on your descent into the unknown. Gradually your mind is filled with fearful visions, nightmare shapes that reach out of the darkness to claw and bite and scream at your passing. They grow in menace until they are dispelled by a cluster of diamond-shaped motes of light, which strike past at incredible speeds. The tiny lights engulf you in a cone of fiery brilliance, and a metallic smell of ozone, sharp and pungent, assails your nostrils. Now a sensation of warmth surges through your frozen limbs, and in an instant you strike solid ground, with such suddenness that you are left stunned and panting for breath. Pick a number from the random number table. It starts with a punch. Three. The number you have picked represents the number of endurance points you have lost during your passage through the Shadow Gate. Adjust your action chart accordingly before proceeding. Could have been worse. By the way, we don't have a map for this adventure. At the beginning of the book, the map that is located there is the map of the old Northern Magnamon, which won't be useful because we're not in Magnamon. So I've put together another map that I know that we're going to get somewhere in the adventure. I think, well, I don't think we can miss it. But if we do find that map, I have it prepared as the map for this book. With dread and anticipation, you stagger to your feet to survey your new surroundings. A bleak and desolate plateau, seemingly devoid of life, stretches into the distance on all sides. Jagged boulders litter a desert of crimson sand, which is stirred to restless motion by fierce and scorching winds. Neither sun nor moon hang in the amber skies above, yet their absence does not condemn this world to darkness, for all along the horizon there blazes a fire, which glows brighter than 1,000 sunsets. You stare across this alien landscape and a feeling of helplessness grips your senses when you realize where you have emerged. This is the twilight world of the Daziarn Plane. Should have prepared a wacky physics soundtrack, but I don't really have one prepared. Let's see if Freeway Warrior does the trick. Yeah, kind of. It's futuristic. Will be a bit different. Not a fear tightens in your stomach as you recall what little you have heard about this world. The magicians of Summerland believe it to be an astral corridor that connects Magnamon with other planes of existence. So by passing through a shadow gate, one of which is situated below the guild hall in Toran, a person may gain entry to the Daziarn. However, those who have passed through the Shadow Gate of Toran have never been seen again, and consequently the magicians believe that the journey can be made in only one direction. They say there is no escape from the Daziarn. Your stubborn will to survive refuses to let you believe that there is no way back to your home world. Remembering your vow to restore the Kai Order, you cast aside your fears and steel yourself for the task of finding a means of escaping from this desolate realm. Firstly, you must recover the 2 Lorestones that fell into the Shadow Gate shortly before your passage there. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of divination and have reached the Magnakai rank of tutelary or higher, this is the case, scan the barren wasteland, straining your senses to detect the missing Lorestones. They must be somewhere among the million rocks and wind-smoothed boulders that cover the vast plateau. But it proves a fruitless search. You can find no trace of the Lorestones, nor even the slightest indication that a Shadow Gate opened here. The torrid winds sweep across the landscape with ever-increasing ferocity, forcing you to protect your eyes from the gusts of sharp, stinging sand. The need to find cover takes priority when you sense that the winds are merely the prelude to a bigger storm. To remain here in the open could prove a fatal mistake. Peering through your fingers, you try to find somewhere to take shelter. To your left, in the middle distance, you can see what appears to be a mound of volcanic stone slabs. To your right, but much further away, you notice a shallow gully running lee to the wind. So, 2 options. You can either take shelter behind a mound of stones, or seek shelter in the distant gully. The closer one might be unstable, since it's a mound of stone slabs, but the further one is a gully. Don't really know the nature of the storm. I feel like the gully might be a better shelter even if it's further away. It doesn't sound like it's impossible to reach. The wind tears at your clothing as you fight your way slowly toward the distant gully. Your feet sink deep into the odd shifting sands, transforming the simple act of walking into hard and painful exertion. After what seems like an eternity, you finally approach your goal. You drop to your knees and crawl the last few remaining yards toward the shelter of the shallow, rock-strewn trench. Gasping for breath, you bury your head inside your tunic to avoid inhaling a lungful of the sand-choked air, and gradually, your pulse steadies and your strength returns. You wait for the storm to subside. As if in defiance of your wish, the winds grow ever stronger, whipping the sands into huge cyclones which suck countless tons of debris into their deadly spinning cores. Fear returns to freeze your heart when the shadow of a raging whirlwind falls across the gully. In blind desperation, you crawl toward a narrow fissure at the far end of the trench, praying that it will be the entrance to a cave. This time your prayer is answered. The fissure marks the beginning of a shaft that descends deep into the volcanic rock. As you crawl closer, your hopes of reaching safe shelter are soon dampened by a gruesome sight. Strewn around the entrance to the fissure are the bleached and shattered bones of what was once a formidable creature. Nervously, you reach for a weapon as you approach the narrow gap and peer into its lightless depths. A strange smell, sweet and unwholesome, wafts out of the inky blackness and stops you dead in your tracks. But the deafening roar of the approaching tornado makes you swallow your fear and enter. Cautiously, you descend into the dark, your weapon held poised to encounter a sudden attack. If you have a cultist fire sphere, a lantern or a torch and tinderbox and wish to use any of them, you do have the cultist fire sphere. However, we can choose not to use them and advance or stay there. Well, we have an option to produce light, I think. Most often than not, it's a good idea to do so. Your light washes over the rough red walls and illuminates a narrow corridor, formed by a violent rending of the land. Warily you descend, taking care to avoid the deep potholes which riddle the uneven floor until, at length, you emerge into a cramped, airless cavern. Upon entering, a cacophony of noise surges along the fissure as a sudden whirlwind causes the floor to shudder and heave beneath your feet. A great blast of dust and debris is sucked from the depths of the fissure, catching you full in the chest and knocking you off balance. The turmoil soon subsides, but as you drag yourself to your feet, you notice that you are not alone. A low, croaking roll issues from the far side of the cavern, and suddenly two slits appear. They radiate a baleful orange light. With bated breath, you watch a shape emerge from the shadows. It has a long, scaly form with short legs and a lizard-like head. The outline of its body, perfectly camouflaged against the red volcanic rock, pulses like a slow heartbeat as it awakens from its slumber. It swivels its horny head and fixes you with an alien gaze, its snake-like eyes glittering with raw malice. If you have the Magnakai discipline of animal control, nope, we took weapon mastery instead. Well, we can take over the creature, but we surely can kill it, I guess. The lizard beast yawns, exposing a wickedly curved beak and a jaw set with dagger-sharp fangs. It snickers heavily. It is relishing the thought of killing and devouring you at its leisure. If you possess a bow and wish to use it, go for it. Swiftly you draw an arrow and take aim at one of the creature's eyes. Instinctively it senses danger and twists its head furiously from side to side to spoil your shot. Pick a number from the random number table. Five. If you have the Magnakai discipline of weapon mastery with bow, be sure to add the appropriate bonus as well as any other missile bonuses. Yeah, sure. Okay, 5 plus 2 for thrown weapons and bow, so that's 7, and plus 3 for the silver bow of Duadon, that's 10. If the result is 9 or higher, just enough. Your arrow tears into its eye, splitting it open like a ruptured egg. It ends its fatal flight buried deeply in the creature's brain, bringing death in an instant and sparing the beast the prolonged agony of its terrible wound. Wow, that's quite a nice shot. Slowly, the slain Kozinda falls to the cavern floor, its broad tail twitching spasmodically. When finally it comes to rest, you approach a carcass and examine more closely this creature of the Daziarn. Although the shape of its body appears reptilian, its scales are quite unlike those of any lizard you have seen before. They are thin yet incredibly hard and seem to be formed from a substance more akin to glass than skin or bone. You ponder the origins of this curious beast, until eventually the fatigue of your ordeal catches up with you. You must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. Yep, the meals part disappearing now. Unable to resist any longer, you close your eyes and drift away into a deep and dreamless sleep, just beside the cadaver of the creature. Okay, sure. It won't be smelly after an hour. You wake with a start, stirred to consciousness by the distant flap of large wings beating in a windless sky. The sounds grow louder and quickly you gather up your equipment and hurry out of the cavern to investigate their source. The storm died down while you slept and now the plateau has calmed. From the rim of the gully you can see 6 black shapes silhouetted on the blazing horizon. They resemble dragons with snaky necks and ragged bat-like wings. Upon their backs they carry gold-skinned creatures, human in appearance save for their lack of hair and their massive size. The leader sees you. He bangs his dragon mount toward the gully and the others follow closely in his wake. You fear they are about to attack, but at the last moment they veer away and circle the gully before landing nearby. With practiced ease, the leader and 2 of his brothers dismount from their winged steeds. They each dwarf you by an arm's length, and although their heavy muscular bodies seem incapable of stealth, they approach like lions stalking their prey. Speaks the leader, his voice deep and resonant. Says another impatiently. If you have the Magnakai discipline of pathmanship and have attained the Magnakai rank of Sionkai, we do. Your much improved Magnakai skill enables you to understand the language that these beings are speaking. They want to know why you are trespassing on their hunting ground and how you came to be here, alone and without any means of transportation. You sense that they speak not in their native tongue, but in a language they assume to be yours. If you wish to tell them that you are from the world of Magnamon and that you arrived here falling through a shadow gate, or we can ignore their questions and remain silent. Well, they're not straight on a style, so maybe we can be truthful with them and see how it goes. Having listened to your explanation, the giants react with skepticism. Yet, despite their doubts, they are clearly fascinated by your appearance and the sound of your voice. "We are the Yorka," says the leader proudly. "We are the lords of Yanis, Shining City, and masters of the Abaxal of Xenos. Come, we will take you to our realm, where you may tell your strange story. The beholder, he will divine its worth." He beckons you to approach his dragon mount, and you step forward. The thought of being left marooned in this wilderness is all you need to persuade you to obey his command. I doubt that you are going to meet a beholder like in Dungeons and Dragons, because it's copyright. So, must be something else. With a mighty screech, the dragon mounts take to the air in unison. The pounding beat of their great wings fills your ears with a thunderous drumming noise. Your stomach heaves as the leader tugs at the reins and sends the beast laboring steeply into the fire-orange sky. The ground below falls away at an alarming rate, and in just a few minutes you find yourself traveling hundreds of feet above the plateau, with your vision blurred by the speed of the onrushing wind. Beneath you, the trackless waste stretches away to the burning horizon. Without sun or moon, nor any change in the brightness of the sky, you find it impossible to gauge the passage of time. Twice you lapse into sleep. For how long you cannot guess, yet each time you wake, the arrow-shaped flight formation of the dragon mounts remained unchanged, and the Yoakor themselves show not the slightest sign of fatigue. At length, the featureless wastes give way to thick, violet-colored grasslands, which are dotted with scab-like patches of marsh and bog. The air becomes humid, and the faint smell of rotting vegetation conjures up memories of time spent in the swamplands of the Gnaag. Gradually, the lowlands rise, and you soar above high valleys and rock-strewn meadows, broken hills, and weather-worn crags. As you approach a narrow cleft between two mountainous peaks, the leader raises his hand. Upon this signal, the others close up into single-file march. An immense crater lies beyond the pass, and in its heart, there stands a city. It is the most beautiful city you have ever seen. The shining city of Yanis lies before you, rising in circular levels around the turreted citadel of sparkling crystal that dominates the vast alien metropolis. Constructed out of sheeted platinum, silver, glass, and mirrored steel, it reflects the light in 1,000 colors from its walls. Windows and huge conical towers, giving it the appearance and splendor of a glowing sun. As the dragon mount glides over the outer walls, you feast your eyes upon a network of broad avenues lined with fragrant tree-like plants, squares with fountains, and huge silver bell-shaped dwellings. The glittering citadel stands directly ahead. The leader signals once more, and together the Yoakor land their winged steeds upon a glassy platform adjacent to one of the citadel's 5 circular watchtowers. There you are met by Yoakor guards, resplendent in armor of burnished silver, who attend to the dragon mounts with dutiful efficiency. The leader helps you dismount before dismissing his company and escorting you to a room in the watchtower. "You will rest here," he says, using only his mind. "I shall take word to the Beholder, and he shall speak with you. Refresh yourself and sleep, if you wish." He motions toward an adjoining room, then turns and leaves, the door closing behind him seemingly of its own accord. So, 3 options. We can investigate the adjoining room, we can attempt to escape from the watchtower, or we can simply remain in the room. I guess we can investigate. And we'll go to sleep later. I don't think there's any plan worthwhile of escaping here. So far, they're kind of helpful. And we'll have to see what this Beholder will say. Wearily you enter the room, noting that in spite of its lack of windows and torches, it is bathed in a warm ember light. The opalescent glow pours from the walls themselves, illuminating a table set with colorful food. A huge cushioned divan stands beside it. The oversized Yoakor furniture makes you feel like a small child exploring a dining chamber for adults, but your hunger soon quells your unease and entices you toward the table. You are very hungry after your long flight to Yanis, and must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. You were not able to use hunting or hunt mastery during the flight. If you have the Magnakai discipline of curing, nope. Then we can either eat some of the Yoakor food or eat a meal. I feel like being a trusty guest. and try their food. Let's see how it goes. The food has a taste and texture completely unlike anything you have tried before, yet it is delicious, and after having eaten your fill, you feel thoroughly refreshed and fortified. Restore 3 endurance points. Well, we already had our 3 endurance points back since then, but anyway. There is enough food remaining for 1 meal. If you wish to keep the meal, note on your action chart, Yoakor meal plus 3 EP, as the food will restore 3 endurance points when consumed. Alright, you have better human, or rather better bodies, better building, better architecture, and now better food. Can we stay here? You return to the first room and peer through a tall window that looks out over the city. Far below you can see the Yoakor crowding an avenue which leads to another level of Yanis. They move with such purposefulness that, from this grade 8, they resemble a vast community of worker ants. For several hours you stare down at this beautiful alien city and its industrious citizens while you try to make sense of your situation. Eventually, you resolve to find out all you can from the one the leader called the Beholder. Perhaps he will be able to help you locate the Lorestones and find a way back to Magnamon. At length, you settle down to sleep. Strong hand on your shoulder shakes you roughly from your sleep. The Beholder requests your company, says the Yoakor leader, stepping back and motioning you to rise. You must come with me. Together with 6 attendant guards, the leader escorts you from the watchtower across an open courtyard paved with polished steel plates and into the entrance hall of the Crystal Citadel. Here, a superb spiral staircase forms the central core of this stronghold, carved from the solid mountainous chunk of a sky blue mineral unfamiliar to you. The stairs soar upward toward the turreted roof where the chamber of the Beholder is situated. With ease the Yoakor ascend and you struggle to keep pace. You count over 300 steps before the staircase opens onto a silent hallway where a massive door of solid ebony inlaid with gold fills an entire wall. A bell is rung, and while you catch your breath and wait for the massive door to open, you speculate on who the Beholder could be. You imagine him as a Yoakor warrior king, tall and strong, with wisdom and intelligence beyond mortal reckoning. With this image in mind, you feel optimistic that he will aid your quest. However, when the black door finally swings open, your hopes are dashed. Your first glimpse of the Beholder shocks you to the core. Cradled in the muscular arms of a Yoakor guard lies the loathsome, stunted form of the Beholder. His withered, corpse-green body is no bigger than a human child's. Yet his bulbous head is enormous by comparison, far larger even than that of the giant who is holding him. It wobbles and sways repulsively when he turns to focus his eyes on you. Like a pair of polished gemstones, these blank orbs glint in the flickering light of the chamber, their cold sharpness revealing the intelligence of the being that lies imprisoned within this crippled shell.
Be not afraid of me, sunlending.
he says, using a language similar to your native tongue.
I mean you no harm. My shape may not find favor with those of your kind, but here in the Daziarn, you must be prepared to disregard appearances if you are ever to discern the truth.
With a languid blink, he dismisses the Yuakor leader and his guards. He watches them like a doting father as they descend the spiral staircase. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of divination, you do. Focus your Magnakai skill on the beholder and try to fathom if his intentions are for good or ill. You sense that he possesses immense powers, both physical and psychic, which radiate from his body like the rays of an invisible sun. You concentrate on this power, but all you can discern is that he is capable of using it to achieve the goals of both good and evil.
Come, let me show you some of the wonders of my realm,
says the beholder as the great black door swings slowly shut.
It is so rare that I am able to entertain a guest. I would deem it an honor if you would accept my invitation.
With the only exit from the chamber now sealed off, you have no option other than to accept. But his politeness makes you feel uneasy. You are his prisoner, yet he speaks to you as if you were free to leave at any time. You walk beside the beholder along a corridor which leads to a vast circular gallery. At its center there stands a towering bell-shaped vessel. It is made of transparent glass-like material and filled with a huge seething ball of fire. Its brilliant light illuminates some strange equipment standing against the walls and cluttering the tables, but little of its heat radiates into the room. You pass on until you come to another gallery, which is floored with shining steel like a gigantic mirror. The domed roof is lost in the dim shadows, but at its center you notice a tiny disc-shaped portal. The beholder glances at a row of crystals embedded in the wall, and they glow in response to his psychic commands.
I am called the Beholder,
he says, his thin voice echoing loudly in the emptiness of the dome.
I observe all that transpires in the Daziarn.
I saw your arrival upon the Danim Plateau, and I know from whence you came. So few of your kind survived transference that I abandoned all hope of meeting you. Indeed, had you not met with one of my hunting parties, your bones will now lay bleaching upon the sands of that arid plain. It seems that you are by nature a survivor. A swirling column of light appears, projected from the disk in the center of the dome. It casts a pool of brilliance in the middle of the gallery, and gradually it widens until it encompasses the whole floor. Come, observe, and perhaps you will learn the nature of your new world, for you will need to adapt if you are to survive here, for the rest of your life. Sympathetic guy. The swirling light draws into focus upon the mirrored floor, and you find yourself surrounded by a spectacular cosmic image. At the center there spins a shadow as dark as deep space, populated with suns and stars and the myriad planets that revolve about them. This microscopic universe is in turn surrounded by a ring of total darkness, and beyond it there radiate four beams of differing color, like the spokes of a gigantic wheel. Between these beams there are many areas of light and shade, some running parallel and some in isolation, but all of them connected by a pale, shimmering mist.
What you see before you is the tableau of our worlds, a light painting that depicts the universe of Aeon and the Daziarn Plane,
says the beholder as his servant carries him to the dark center of the floor.
Here, among the suns and stars of Aeon, is the planet you know as Magnamon, and on it lies the Shadow Gate through which you fell into the Daziarn.
Slowly the Yoakor moves toward you, out from the image of Aeon and onto the shape of the Daziarn Plane, bearing his master with care as he continues his monologue proudly.
And here, balanced between the elemental strongholds of fire and water, lies the abaxial of Xenos. This is my realm. I have chosen to live here, to shape it as I wish, and to populate it with beings that embody my ideals.
Coldly the beholder stares into your eyes, and you feel your body stiffen as he probes deep into your mind. You possess the Magnakai discipline of size screen. We do. So that means he's God? Question mark? Question mark? The unexpected speed and intensity of the beholder's psychic intrusion leaves you fumbling for a defense. You draw on your psychic reserves and manage to erect a stout wall to protect your nervous system, but it is too late to prevent the beholder from scanning your mind. Lose 1 endurance point. Well, I think we're going to regain it soon. With a blink of his eyes, he seizes his psychic probing and a smile spreads slowly across his withered grey face.
I perceive much in your character that pleases me, human. You possess inner strength, honor, and a fiery courage uncommon among the mortals of Aeon. Were it not for these threats, I would have no hesitation in ridding myself of you, for I will not tolerate the weak and untrustworthy in my realm.
He pauses for a moment and gazes fixedly at a shape swirling near the center of the room.
I have looked into your mind, and the reasons why you are here in the Daziarn are now known to me. The quests and struggles of Magnamon are of no significance to the Shining Sea. But there are those of this world who will rejoice to learn the last of the Kai is here, if only to seek you out and destroy you. For this reason you must leave Yanis, but I shall not send you away without guidance, for you have my respect, and I shall help you all I can.
Yes, embedded guy. The beholder deactivates the light picture and wills his servant to carry him back to the first gallery. There, bathed in the shadowless glow of the fireball, stands a huge globe of silvery metal. At his approach, it radiates an eerie phosphorescent light, and symbols appear upon its surface.
The Lorestones entered the Shadow Gate some moments before you fell. That not so?
Asks the beholder incisively. You confirm that it is so, and watch with fascination as the symbols shift and change color.
There are many channels within the Shadow Gate that are warped by the vagaries of time and space. Usually, it is an impossible task to predict where an object passing through to the Daziarn will materialize, but the coordinates of your arrival are known, and this will help my calculations.
Slowly the symbols begin to disappear until just 3 remain.
Without knowing the precise Aeon time to enter the Shadow Gate, I can find only an approximate location,
he says, scrutinizing the symbols.
As reckoned by the time scale of your planet, the Lorestones arrived on the Daziarn 41 hours ago. They materialized together and intact in the forest of the Katrisek of Vozada. This is a realm situated between the elemental strongholds of earth and water. This bodes well for you. Vozada is a temperate and stable domain, rich in those elements necessary to sustain mortal life form. Also, there is one of great vision, who has made this her home. Her name is Seroka. It will be wise to seek her help in finding these stones of Kai power, for she is sure to know their whereabouts. Although his words revive your flagging hopes, you are still fearful that the Lorestones are beyond your recovery. The beholder senses your apprehension and tries to allay your fears by offering you a means of transportation to the realm of Vozada. He promises that your passage will be swift, but when you learn what the journey entails, it makes your blood run cold. This device, says the beholder, pointing with pride at the huge fiery vessel that dominates the gallery, is a dimension door. It will enable you to pass directly into the realm of Vozada through a rent in the fabric of the Daziarn. You stare in awe at the sun-like ball trapped within the vessel and try to comprehend the secret sorceries that enable such a thing to exist. You will come to learn that the laws which govern my world are quite unlike those which shape Aeon. Here, time and space can be manipulated by those with power enough to craft them to their needs. He says in answer to your thoughts. He wills his servant to carry him to another globe, which stands close by. There he manipulates a bank of crystals, and gradually a swirling circular grey shadow forms on the glassy surface of the vessel. It shimmers, and you find that you cannot fully focus your eyes on it. Step forward and enter, commands the beholder. The door to Vozada is open. Your skin prickles and your stomach churns, but you fight to control your fear by relying solely on your Kai skills. You sense that the beholder is speaking the truth. The grey portal does indeed lead to the realm of Vozada. You may wish to note on your action chart that you have visited Yanis, the Shining City, for future reference. Another stamp on the passport. With great trepidation, you bid him farewell and step bravely into the void. At the very moment you enter the dimension door, a sensation of incredible speed assails you. A twirling spiral of light unfolds before your eyes and you hurtle toward its core. Borne along in an envelope of grey cloud, you close your eyes, but the light penetrates your eyelids, growing ever brighter. It fills your head with a kaleidoscope of color, and forces a silent scream of anguish from your lips. Lose 3 endurance points. You're probably going to gain them back soon. A sudden lack of air leaves you gasping for breath, but it passes in an instant, and when you blink open your eyes, you discover that your journey is complete. You have arrived in Vozada. From the brow of a grassy hill, you stare across a strange yet familiar landscape. Before you lies an expanse of verdant grassland, with clumps of woodlands and several winding streams. The warm air smells fresh and clean, and the distant sound of birdsong is carried to you on the gentle breeze. Were it not for the grey, sunless skies above,
it will be easy to believe that you had been returned to your home world. A sudden wave of homesickness makes you feel heavy-hearted, but you refuse to allow it to weaken your resolve. Instead, you scan the horizon in the hope of discovering some form of habitation. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of Hunt Mastery and have reached the rank of Principalin or higher, you do. Using your Magnakai skill, you focus your telescopic vision on the far horizon and see a group of shapes which resemble small pyramids of stone. However, you are too far away to be able to tell if these structures are inhabited. A nearby stream meanders in the direction of the distant shapes, and you decide to follow its course in the hope that it will lead you to them. The stream wends its way sluggishly through a mossy glen and into a thicket of red-leaved trees which stand in a semicircle around a pale grey metallic monolith. We can investigate the monolith or simply avoid it. I'm all for the investigation, actually. We need to understand more of this strange world. The base of the monolith is overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, indicating that it has stood here for some considerable time. Yet its metallic surface bears no obvious sign of weathering. It is tipped with a transparent spike, which resembles a short glass spear. You can hear a faint humming sound when you place your ear to its mirror-smooth spire. The sound seems to originate somewhere deep below the ground. If you have the Magnakai discipline of batsmanship and have attained the Magnakai rank of tutelary or higher, you do. Our Magnakai skills are really taken to the test here. Your Magnakai skill alerts you to the possibility of an ambush. A group of hostile creatures are approaching the thicket, drawn by the sound of an alarm, inaudible to human ears, which you set off the moment you touch the monolith. We can evade the creatures or stay and confront them. I'm not sure that they... Will they be hostile or not? I think we better be careful. Quickly, you try to retrace your route to the stream, but you are soon brought to an abrupt halt. A group of hairy, squat-limbed creatures is moving through the undergrowth toward you. They are armed with crude spears, which they carry at the ready, like hunters stalking their prey. Did I went to the correct section? Yeah. Can take the bow and use it. Take cover in the undergrowth to let them pass, or avoid them by returning to the monolith. I think if we're all alone here, we'd be better to let them pass. You hide beneath the leafy canopy of a flowering bush and wait in silence for the creatures to pass. Through a chink in the leaves, you watch as two of them approach. They're sniffing the air with their ape-like noses as if they are trying to detect your scent. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of invisibility, turn at once to this section. All in, all in. Drawing on your mastery of invisibility, you use your skills to evade the searching eyes of these strange anthropoid creatures. They pass within a few feet but fail to detect your presence. Only when you are sure that the coast is clear do you leave your hiding place and hurry away from the monolith and its protectors. Bullet dodged. You are eager to put a good distance between yourself and the monolith, so you decide to run beside the stream for as long as your legs and your stamina will allow. Time passes rapidly, although the terrain changes very little until you reach a line of low hills. They spread out before you like a sleeping colossus. Here a path ascends from the bank of the stream to the crest of the hill and you follow it. Upon reaching the crest, you stare down at a remarkable and daunting sight. A walled city of low, pyramid-shaped dwellings lies spread along the center of a narrow wooded valley. Near the middle, rising high above the other buildings, stands a citadel, its color identical to the drab gray of the sky. Admiringly, you observe the intricate carvings which adorn its surface, but your enthusiasm is soon dampened when you see that the streets are teeming with the creatures you encountered at the monolith. You turn to leave, but a strange compulsion draws your eyes back to the citadel. It is your Kai's sixth sense, and it is telling you that Seroka, the one who can aid you in your search for the Lorestones, resides here in this tower of stone. The path leads down to an open gate in the city wall, where two of its ape-like inhabitants stand guard. You can approach the city gate, or search for an unguarded entrance to the city. Yes, we need to trust those ape-like creatures. As soon as the guards see you approaching, they shovel inside and quickly shut the gate. Moments later, they reappear on the battlements above, from where they direct a stream of twittering noises at you. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of batsmanship and have reached the rank of Scion Kai, or if you possess the Magnakai discipline of animal control, we do have batsmanship and our Scion Kai. Your Magnakai skill enables you to comprehend their curious language. They are demanding to know your name and your reason for wanting to enter the city of Tas, and they warn you that they will call out the city guard and have you arrested if you do not give them the information they require. You tell them that you have come from the Beholder of Yanis, and that you seek the one who is called Seroka. Immediately upon hearing her name, the two guards order that the gate be reopened. The portal of grey stone swings back, and they beckon you to enter. As you pass beneath the archway, a dozen of their kind gather around you, chirruping and twittering excitedly.
"Come,"
says one of the guards, pointing to the tower.
"We take you, Seroka."
In a frenzy of excitement, the citizens of Tas press forward on all sides, pawing, prodding, and staring slack-jawed as you are brought along the main street which leads directly to the great tower. Your escort is hard-pressed to keep the crowd at bay, and by the time you reach the tower door, your clothes are disheveled and you are scratched and bruised. Lose 2 endurance points! Damn beast! But we're going most assuredly to regain those 2 endurance points soon. With a loud grating rumble, the stone door moves inward and you are given over into the charge of 3 bronze-clad Okar wardens. They usher you up a winding stair to a bare chamber, floored and walled with smooth stone slabs. Silently, a section of the drab wall moves inside, and silhouetted in the opening stands the tall, feline shape of a remarkable creature.
"I am Seroka,"
she purrs hypnotically.
"and I bid you welcome, Lone Wolf. Come, enter my chamber. so that we may discuss the reasons why you have journeyed so far in seek of my help.
If you have the Magnakai discipline of size Kreen and have reached the rank of tutelary or higher. We do. Since that Soroka is imprisoned in a cage of psychic energy which surrounds her chamber and prevents her from passing through the opening. His energy is very powerful and is being synchronized to react to her brainwaves alone. To enter the chamber will cause you no injury, but if she ever attempted to pass through the invisible wall, the resulting release of force will be enough to destroy both her and the entire city of Taz. Cautiously, you pass through the opening and follow Soroka into a tall domed chamber that is supported by a circle of huge rose-veined marble pillars. At its center there stands a large table, and from the ceiling directly above, a flood of light pours down, reflecting and refracting upon its crystal mosaic surface and bathing the chamber walls in spectral colors. She bids you to take a seat at the table, and as she lowers herself elegantly into a seat opposite, you cannot help but admire her beauty. Her face has the feline characteristics of a young lioness, yet her eyes and her youthful body are distinctly human, save for the soft velvety nap which covers her flesh. She bears an aura that is powerful and confident, and yet at the same time, she seems vulnerable and sad. "How do you know my name?" you ask, slightly unnerved by the familiar way in which she welcomed you to her chamber. "There is much I know about you," she replies veraciously, and at once you sense that you are in the presence of a godlike being. "Your land and your fight against the forces of darkness that threaten to conquer it are but a part of the struggle which rages throughout the planes of existence. Yet it is your world and your fight that has become the focus of this conflict between the powers of good and evil." She pauses, and staring rather deeply into your eyes, she says, "Upon you depends the future of us all." Stunned by the enormity of what she has said, you shake your head in open-mouthed silence. "No, how can this be?" you breathe incredulously. "There are those who seek to shape destiny and those upon whom destiny falls. Destiny has chosen you, Lone Wolf, and you cannot refuse it, for it will force itself upon you." "But how have I become the focus of such a struggle?" you reply. "We are all a part of it," she says. "The plains of Han and the Daziarn are shaped by the actions of those who exist there. Yet the time has now come when the actions of one individual will shape the future of both realms. You are that individual, Lone Wolf, and your actions are destined to shape the future of every living thing." "But what if I refuse?" you say nervously. "What then will happen to the future?" "You cannot refuse," she says softly, "for everything you do is bound up with your destiny. Your vow to complete the Magnakai quest and restore the Kai. Will you give that up? Will you forsake your country and its future security? Will you abandon Magnamon to the evil of the Dark Lords? No, by your very nature, because of your honor and your courage, you will act out your part." "What then must I do?" you ask. "You must do what you have always done. You must listen to the words of those who will help you, and you must let your skills and instincts be your guide." She leans forward and sweeps her hand slowly across the surface of the table. The light dims and patterns take shape among the tiny squares of crystal. "Observe and learn," she says. Images will impart knowledge that will aid your quest for the Lorestones of your ancestors. The flickering patterns draw into focus. You see before you a panoply of strange scenes and the faces of many unknown creatures, some human, some bestial, and some that defy description. Many of the events which have befallen your world are mirrored here in the Daziarn, says Seroka, as you watch with growing fascination the image of a battle taking place between man and beast. We too are threatened by the forces of darkness. Many ages ago, we triumphed over evil, but our victory was incomplete. Now, our nemesis has come in the guise of the Chaos Master. Everywhere his seething corruptions encroach upon the goodly realms of the Daziarn, twisting and consuming all they touch. The vision of the battle fades and is replaced by a living map, similar to the light picture you were shown by the beholder of Yanis. Here are the realms that lie between the elemental strongholds of earth and water. Once this region was rich and populous with creatures of light, but now it lies ravaged by the cancerous realm of paradox. Only Vozoda and Meledor continue to resist. All of the others have either disappeared into the Neverness, or have been transformed into desolate wasteland. Here, she says, pointing to the middle of the table, the Nagot Forest, once the most fertile of the great timberlands. Now the scourge of chaos splits it asunder. And here, the plain of Guacor, the mightiest realm that Daziarn has ever known, reduced to dust by a plague of fire-breathing Zenga. Tears well up in her eyes, and you sense that the vision of Guacor has stirred painful memories. You can ask her what troubles her, or not intrude on her grief. She kind of intrudes on our mind, so yeah, intrude on our grief. And we need information above anything else. It is the cruelty of the Chaos Master that saddens me so, she says in a whisper, as if fearing to be overheard. For his coming, the plain of Guacor was ruled by a great warrior called Sine, whose only fault, it was said, was a surfeit of pride. He loved me, and wished for the union of our realms, but alas, his love was unrequited. The joining of Guacor and Vozada was not to be. When my love and restore his injured pride, Sine struck a bargain with the Chaos Master. For in keeping with the paradoxical nature of this god, he is obliged to indulge in the granting of wishes to those who dare demand them of him. The Chaos Master wove a spell to enchant me, and Sine was granted his wish. I became enamored of him. But the bargains of the Chaos Master are in keeping with his nature. They are cruel and fickle. Upon the hour of our wedding, he appeared and demanded that Sine pay for his wish by ceding him half his realm. The Chaos Master was removed, and in retribution he imprisoned me here in his tower and wrought upon Sine such physical deformity that he fled Guacor and hid himself in shame. Do you know what became of him? You ask. Yes, she replies sadly. He is the ruler of a new realm. He has regained his power, but his body is forever a cruel reminder of his pact with the Chaos Master. He is the one who sent you to me. He is the beholder of Yanis. Seroka blinks away her tears and forces herself to concentrate on the matter at hand. Again the image fades from the table and a new one takes place. It is a picture of forested hills and steep-sided valleys. This is where the Lorestones emerge from the Shadow Gate, she says, her voice now calm and controlled. I detected their presence immediately, for the power they radiate is extraordinary. Where is this place? You ask. It is the Nagot forest, close to the border with Meledor. I calculate that the Lorestones lie within a few hundred yards of Tolakos, the ancient burial ground of the Meledorians. She replies with caution in her voice. Is this not good news? You ask, relieved to know at last where the objects of your quest are situated. Yes, it is, but for the struggle now taking place in the region. The Meledorians are locked in battle against the forces of the Chaos Master, who is determined to claim all of the Nagot for themselves. Tolakos, but a few leagues from where the fighting is fiercest. Then I must retrieve the Lorestones quickly, you say, rising from your seat in your eagerness to press on with your quest. Indeed, you must, but it will benefit you not. If you were to reclaim them, and then be unable to return to your home world for the lack of knowing where to go, be patient a little longer, Lone Wolf, and I shall show you where, in all this vast region of the Daziarn, you can find the one shadow gate that leads to Magnamon. She's less a doomer than the beholder, clearly. The vision of the Nagot forest dissolves and a new one takes its place. It is of a city perched atop a rocky cliff, surrounded by a wall fortified with towers and grim bastions. Red flames glare from a row of tiny windows, and its huge stone gate is emblazoned with the symbol of a fiery dragon. This is Agadar, says Seroka cheerlessly. Once it was the home of the Sandai, the rulers of the Great Plains that stretched to the very edge of the strongholds of Hurt. They were the first to fall to chaos, and now their plains are dead and empty wastelands of sterile rock and poisons. Agadar was claimed by the Chaos Master, and it became his abode, but as its foul empire expanded, he grew tired of it and abandoned it for other, less remote city. It lay deserted for an age before outlaws and refugees from Guacor sought sanctuary there, creatures of chaos. It is now a forgotten city, yet within its heart there lies a secret that even the Chaos Master failed to discover. The Sendai were the guardians of Shadow Gate. Long had they kept hidden its portal whilst they searched for a means to enter it, for unlike the Shadow Gates of your world, those of the Daziarn are closed. Only those who possess the key can pass from this realm into the universe of Aon. Where is this key which allows entry to the Shadow Gate of Agadar? You ask anxiously. Seroka raises her eyes from the table and smiles. Power is the key, and the power is now within your grasp. The two Lorestones of Nixador are the power. They are the key to your escape from the Daziarn. You must retrieve them from Tolakos in the Nagot forest, and then you must journey to Agadar. The Shadow Gate is to be found in the Temple of the Sandai at the center of the city. I can help you reach Tolakos, but beyond the Nagot my powers of vision grow dim. You must let your skills and this map be your guide there. From the pocket of her silken robes, she produces a map, which she presses into your hand. Marked is on your action chart as a special item, which you carry inside your tunic. If you only possess a maximum number of special items permissible, you must discard one in its favor. Oh, but we need this map. Oh, I guess that the medal goes away. Sorry, buddy. We tried to keep it for as long as we could, which was 1.5 adventure. About so. You unfurl the parchment and study its contents, noting with dismay the great distance which separates the Nagat forest from the city of Agadar. And that's the map I had prepared beforehand. She's here. Alright, so that's where we are in Das. Inside the realm of Bozada. And we need to go here, the Nagat Forest, just near the borders of Meledor. And we just learned that Tolakos is in ruins, I guess. We don't have a scale of distance here. But yeah, we need to cross like a sixth or a fifth of the realm of Ozada just to reach Tolakos. Come, must rest before your journey to Tolakos. I shall arrange for my Okar to take you there after you have slept and recovered your strength. Seroka rises from her seat and bids you follow her to an adjoining room where there is food, a hot bath, and a comfortable bed. There she leaves you returning to the table to consult its visions, while you try to relax despite the heavy sense of foreboding that haunts your mind. Restore your endurance to its original level before turning to the next section. Alright, back to full. I think we were already anyway. We didn't have a fight yet. It seems as if you have only just closed your eyes when you are awoken from your sleep by the sound of Seroka's voice, echoing softly in your mind. The time has come for you to begin your journey, Lone Wolf. Quickly you dress and gather together your equipment before joining her at the Table of Visions. I have chosen Duktron, my most able and trusted Okar captain, and a company of his best Asgards to escort you to Tolakos. He is familiar with the forest tracks of the Katresek, and he will ensure that you do not lose your way. She brings forth a black box inlaid with sparkling gems and unlocks it with a star-shaped key, which she wears on a slender chain around her neck. Take this, Wolf, and keep it safe, she says, handing you a pyramid-shaped obsidian seal. The war against the Chaos Master has made the Meledorians suspicious, all save their own kind, and they are wont to attack anything they hear could be an agent of chaos. When you meet them, Show this seal, and your safety will be assured. Mark the obsidian seal on your action chart as a special item, which you carry in your pocket. If you already possess the maximum number of special items permissible, you must discard one in favor of the obsidian seal. Oh, that will be hard. We need to throw away a useful item. Can throw the crystal star pendant, the chainmail maybe, summer sword nope, fire sphere nope, dagger of Ashna nope, large quiver nope. The helmet, I think it's not easy to get a new helmet compared to a chainmail waistcoat. At the beginning of the adventure, the selection of items. Chainmail waistcoat, but no helmet. Even if the helmet is less useful. Silver bow of Duadon can't throw this away. Power key, we can't replace it. The shield maybe. Yeah, often than not, the shield takes the brunt. I think ay. We are at 38 combat skills, that's quite huge. Yeah, I think that we can get a new shield quite easily. So I'm going to gamble the shield even if it's more useful. So we're down to 36 combat skill. Do not speak of your quest to anyone except their leader, Lorcan Ironheart. Seek him out. In him you can place your trust. While you slept, we communicated with our minds, and he has vowed to help you find the Lorestones. She puts down the black box and walks gracefully toward the narrow exit from her chamber. In the room beyond, you see a stocky Okor, clad in polished bronze armor, waiting patiently for you to appear. There is the Cutron, she says fondly. He will be your guide. The creature brings himself stiffly to attention and salutes you with pride.
I am proud you chose me,
he says, using a language that approximates to your own. You return his salute and bid your thanks and farewell to Seroka. You will succeed, she whispers, as she kisses your cheek. You must succeed. You leave Seroka's chamber and follow Tuktron as he leads you out of the tower and along a busy street toward the city's main square. 3 gleaming bronze chariots, each drawn by a team of Onipa, strange horse-like creatures, are ready and waiting to take you to Tolakos. With the Okor captain, you climb aboard the leading chariot and grab the handrail as the driver cracks his whip. The Onipa surge forward, and in a cloud of choking dust, the chariots race out of the city and along a stony road that cuts a course through the center of the valley beyond. 3 hours pass before you catch sight of a village on the road ahead. Kron, grins and points repeatedly at his open mouth.
You want to eat here, yes?
He says, shouting to make himself heard above the incessant rattling of the chariot wheels. We can stop at the Oka village for a meal, or press on to Tolakos without stopping. Well, I think we'd be better to take a meal and not use our own meal. Tuktron slaps the driver's shoulder. Immediately, he tugs on the reins and pulls at the lever, which activates the wheel brakes, bringing the chariot to a squealing halt. The others stop nearby, and the guards clamber down from the riding platform unsteadily, their legs weak and trembling after hours of riding along the bumpy track. They are familiar with this village, and without hesitation they head toward a thatched hut that is set back a few paces from the road. You accompany the captain and his driver into the hut, stooping to enter the ochre-sized doorway. The villagers seem delighted to receive you as their guest, and ply you eagerly with food and wine. One of them, an elderly female with kindly eyes, hobbles to your side and places a deck of cards on the table.
She's a teller of fortunes,
says Tuktron.
You want her to tell you fortune, yes?
You can have our fortune told or declined politely. Well, why not? Let's see all the terrible things that it will reveal. A wide grin cracks the old ochre's face. Awkwardly, she picks up the cards and shuffles them in their rheumatic hands before asking you to choose 3 of them at random. Pick a number from the random number table. That's 4. If the result is 4 to 6, and actually we're on the real quest for the Lorestones, so let's put a more adventure lone wolfish music instead of the strange futuristic apocalyptic music. Now that we know where we're going and we're in a place similar to Magnamon, the cards you have drawn from the pack are marked with varied and colorful symbols. The first shows a bed, the second a young ochre child, and the third a sword. The aged fortune teller weaves her crooked fingers around the cards. She mutters unceasingly to herself, and Tuktron is obliged to act as her translator.
She says you will dream of a time when you were young. In the dream, much will be made clear to you. The dream is good. It will make you strong and help you defeat your enemies.
Okay. While you ponder on the meaning of her reading, she retrieves her cards from the table and shuffles away to help her daughters gather up the empty food bowls. Tuktron swallows the last of his delicious meal and rounds it off with a hearty belch. The ochre villagers thank him. His reaction is the highest compliment one can pay after receiving ochre hospitality.
We can go now, yes?
He says, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. You nod, you reply, and he in turns barks an order to his company to return to their chariots. As your chariot pulls away from their village, the old fortune teller waves farewell, and you return her gesture with a smile. Let's wait for this good dream. A few miles beyond the village, the road leaves the valley and crosses an open expanse of lush grassland. The hours roll by, and you watch the pacing landscape with increasing wonder as you try to comprehend how it can thrive beneath a sunless sky. Slowly, the plain descends towards a wide river. It is sluggish with sediment and flanked by tall gray-green trees. A bridge spans the dark water, and the road continues beyond it toward a line of hills. The bridge is built of stout timber, but as you draw closer to it, you sense that something here is seriously amiss. If you have the Magnakai discipline of Hunt Mastery and have reached the rank of Principalin or higher. Do. By magnifying your vision, you are able to see that the middle of the bridge is damaged. Many of the planks have been torn up and strewn across the surface at random, crudely disguising the gaping hole. You scream a warning to Tukatron, and he is able to halt the chariots just in time as they thunder toward the approach ramp. If you have the Magnakai discipline of Batsmanship and have reached the Magnakai rank of Tutelari, you do. Not many skills left unlearned. Your senses scream a warning that the trees harbor hidden enemies. They are lurking there, ready to ambush anyone who attempts to cross the bridge. You tell Tukatron, and immediately orders his guards to dismount and take cover behind the chariots, while he and his driver go forward to examine the damaged bridge. We can go with Tukatron to the bridge, or stay back with the guards. Well, we need to check the bridge. Why not? Maybe we're going to save Tukatron from the ambush in question. The two Okor scurry across the planks and you follow closely on their heels, running half crouched to make use of the cover afforded by the parapet of the bridge. You reach the center of the bridge and are relieved to see that the damage is not beyond repair. Whoever did this intended to delay, not destroy. Tukatron signals to his guards to come and lend a hand with the repairs, but as soon as they leave the chariots, a chilling howl echoes from the nearby trees. "Acta!" moans Tukatron, his voice a whisper of fear.
"Creatures of chaos!"
A shiver runs down your spine when first you see them. Lumbering hordes of twisted shapes lurch from the trees on either side of the bridge and stagger drunkenly toward the chariots. They appear to be neither animal nor human, but a ghastly fusion of the two. Their heads are of differing types. Some are like cats with huge green eyes, some are like boars with snouts and twisting tusks, others have ram's heads, saber-toothed and riddled with decay. Now only two drivers remain with the Onipa teams, and Tukatron is quick to see the peril. He commands the guards to return and leads them back across the bridge with his crystal sword held high. We can follow Tukatron and defend the chariots, or we can stay here and try to repair the bridge, or simply abandon the Okor and escape across the bridge on foot. And damn them all, they can all die with their chariots. Yeah, well, I'm not sure that we can really repair a bridge with what? The planks laying around and our own hands, no nails, no hammer, no whatever. Maybe we can try. Someone needs to repair that bridge. But I'm not sure that I trust Tukatron to defend the chariots as well. Ugh. Well, if we kill all the enemies, we can repair the bridge afterwards. So, and we need a fight somewhere down the road in this book. It's been, what, 2 hours in a few seconds, and no fight yet. You reach the chariots just as the first wave of chaos creatures launch their attack. Raging viciously, they move in for the kill, fighting ferociously with fang and claw and yellow tusk. A screaming horror, its body striped with ochre lines, leaps from the back of a startled Onipa and hurtles toward you with its crimson jaw gaping wide. You tense yourself in readiness to strike as its shadow falls upon your face. Yeah, first fight of the night. Striped Acta. Combat skill 24, which means it's a plus 12 combat ratio. And he has 35 endurance points. which is quite a lot for rank and file. This creature is immune to Mind Blast, but not Psy Surge. Owing to the speed and ferocity of its attack, you cannot evade combat or make use of a Fire Seed. No Psy Surge, so that means it's a +10 combat ratio. I'm not sure we will have battle music for a long time. But let's see how it goes. With +10 combat ratio, pretty much any roll is good. I think that, yeah, we can roll safely 3 dice. See how it goes. Probably dead. 9. Yeah, 9. Instant dead. Killed on the spot. So we're going to use the other dice roll later down the road. No damage. You pull away from the dead actor in time to avoid the murderous leap of a snarling dog-sized creature with large bear-like paws. It hits the ground and immediately it leaps again and hangs on your arm. Its clawed feet raking emptiness as it tries to rip at your stomach. Strike a blow that opens a ragged gash in its neck, but still it refuses to relinquish its grip. It retaliates by sinking its fangs into your wrist. Oh damn, lose 3 endurance points. Another fight, second one, against a Nagta Hound. And we're starting off with 40 endurance points instead of 43. Combat skill of 20 though, which is quite low. So it's a +16 combat ratio fight that will be one-sided. The creature is immune to Mind Blast, but not Psy Surge if the weapon you are using to defend yourself is a broadsword, a quarterstaff, or a spear. Reduce your combat skill by 2 points for the duration of the fight. It's not the case. You may not use a shield during this combat. Well, we dropped the shield already. That's a good thing. It already starts to feel not useful to have it. But the Psy Surge immunity, or rather Mind Blast, brings down the combat ratio to 14. And it will be another easy fight. We rolled already 8 and 3. So 8, it's instant death at +14 combat ratio. We have still one die roll in bank. And oh, how many endurance points did that? 25. Yeah, right. So the creature goes from 25 down to 0 one shot. Ciao bye, as they say. If you win and the fight lasts 3 rounds or less, yeah, indeed, it lasts quite less than 3 rounds. Tuktron runs to your side, his face and crystal sword spattered with the black blood of his foes. Hurry! This fight is lost! You must go! Go now! He snaps and points across the bridge to the hills beyond. A cursory glance confirms his grim statement. Only he and 2 of his guards remain standing, and one fights left-handed, his right arm swinging broken and useless by his side. The others, including Aldi Onipa, have been slain by the howling creatures of chaos. How come they suck so much? The whole fight so far just lasts 2 rounds. Reluctantly, you obey Tuktron's command and hurry across the bridge. YC and his brave Okor guides fight to cover your escape. Not until you reach the first ridge of hills do you look back at the bridge, hoping to see Tuktron and his guards victorious. But your hope is in vain. All that remains alive at the bridge is a ghoulish grey horde, a feasting act. Yeah, well, the Okor aren't very high on the food chain there. Well, there goes our companions again. Shocked by your encounter with the act, you make your way deeper into the hills. Deliberately, you skirt the road in favor of the wooded slopes, which offer good cover. Yet all the while, you keep the road in sight to ensure that you are heading toward Tolakos. Your usual good sense of direction is vague and distorted, for in this region of the Daziarn there are no sun, stars, nor points of the compass by which to gauge your position. The hours pass uneventfully until you reach a place where the road runs alongside a pool of crystal clear water fed by a swiftly flowing stream. 3 human-shaped warriors clad in armor are standing near a pool, scanning the woods, while their shaggy black equine mounts drink their fill. If you have the Magnakai discipline of divination or pathmanship, we have both. Your Magnakai senses reveal that the 3 warriors are Melidorian scouts. They have been sent by their leader, Lorcan Ironheart, to meet you en route and escort you directly to his headquarters. Well then, 2 options. We stay under the cover of trees or make our presence known, but by knowing that information, no reason to stay hidden. Stepping out from behind a tree, you wave and shout a greeting to the 3 Melidorian scouts. Instinctively, they dive for cover, fearing an ambush, and one loses a bolt from a crossbow-like device strapped to his arm. The bronze-tipped quarrel comes whistling toward your chest with unerring accuracy. Damn you! They're a bit nervous. Pick a number from the random number table. 0, that's 10. If you have the Magnakai discipline of Fund Mastery, add 1 to this number for every Magnakai discipline you have mastered after the first 3. For example, if you possess a total of 5 Magnakai disciplines, add 2 to the number you have picked. We have 8, so that's 5. So we have 15. If the result is 8 or higher, it is quite indeed higher than 8. Those damn nervous scouts. They can differentiate us from those kind of beast creatures thingy. Your lightning reactions save your life. You manage to twist aside and avoid the deadly bolt. It passes within an inch of your chest and thuds into a tree behind. Instantly, you drop to your knees and crawl rapidly through the undergrowth. Lest they should fire again at the place where you were standing. You stopped abruptly when you reach the bushes that border the road, for directly opposite you can see the scouts crouching nervously beside their mounts. If you have the Magnakai discipline of divination, in which to call to them telepathically, that's a good plan. Or we can shout who you are without revealing the position, or emerge slowly from the bushes. I think the telepathic call is the less dangerous one. One of the scouts turns his head and answers your mind call out loud. "Show yourself!" he orders, much to the surprise of his 2 companions, who possess no psychic skill and did not hear your telepathic message. You emerge from the foliage, your hands held open and away from your body. The other two spin around to face you, raising their forearms in a reflexive action at your sudden appearance. "Hold it!" snaps the telepath to his companions, who are both on the verge of firing their bows. "This is the one!" They seem unimpressed by his judgment and refuse to lower their bows, until you suggest that one of them looks in your pocket, if proof of your identity is what they require. Yeah, the obsidian seal that cost us a shield. A shield that could have saved us from this bolt, if we weren't quick enough. The scout removes the obsidian seal from your tunic pocket and studies it thoughtfully. "Very well," he says, satisfied that you are indeed the one they have been detailed to escort. "We will take you to Larkin Ironheart." He pockets the obsidian seal, deletes this special item from your action chart, and motions you to approach his strange long-haired steed. Do they have a shield though? Damn, I dropped that for this. Ooh. There. You ride a pillion behind the saddle, yet the creature's shaggy coat makes for a comfortable seat as the steed gallops like a racehorse along the winding hill road. Huge tree trunks flash past, a blur of grey and brown, and the hills gradually recede until the forest rules supreme. The scouts leave the road and follow a smaller track which delves deep into the majestic timberland. They slow their pace, feeling safer now that they are back in familiar territory, and soon you arrive at a clearing. Hundreds of Melidorian soldiers are encamped here inside a perimeter wall of earth and logs. A cordon of sentries patrols the wall, alert and nervous, their eyes scrutinizing every shadow. A wheeled barricade of sawn timbers protects the only entrance, and at your approach it is pushed aside, calling you to pass inside. A small log cabin has been built at the heart of the tented encampment, and the scouts bring their steeds to a halt near its front door. Quickly they dismount and usher you inside to meet their leader. Seated before you at a desk lit by tall candles, one set at each corner, are two pale-skinned Melidorian nobles. The flickering yellow flame glints on the fine and tweak workmanship of their armor and exaggerates the shadows that play on their faces as they argue their strategies for an impending battle. Upon seeing you enter, the conference is brought to an abrupt close. One of the officers bows and takes his leave. The other beckons the scout to approach the desk and make his report. Briefly, the scout tells of how they met you and what has become of your Okor escort. He shows the officer the obsidian seal given to you by Seroka before leaving the city of Tas. The officer clasps the pyramidal stone in the palm of his hand and stares directly into your eyes. A tingle of surprise prickles your skin when you return his gaze, for you notice that his eyes are misty blue, without whites or any obvious pupil. If you have the Magnakai discipline of size screen, we do. A wave of psychic energy rushes through your mind, washing across your thoughts, searching for some sign of hostile intent. You resist the intrusion, and the wave quickly recedes. With a gesture of his hand, Lorcan Ironheart dismisses the scouts and you are left alone in his company. So, you are the Aonian for whom Mistress Seroka will have me postpone the war against chaos, he says sardonically, reaching for a decanter of ruby red wine. He fills 2 crystal goblets and offers one to you. "Let us toast to the success of your treasure hunt," he says, raising his glass on high. "And to your triumph over chaos," you add, diplomatically. He smiles as he sips the rare vintage, and you regard each other with thoughtful curiosity. He has a youthful face, with high cheekbones, narrow jaw, and a thin, chiseled, aristocratic nose. His silver hair is a mass of silken threads flowing from beneath the rim of his ornate conical helmet, span across his wide shoulders and thick vermilion cloak. But it is his eyes that fascinate you most, for they are filled with knowledge and ancient wisdom. You talk at length about events which have brought you to the Gnaag forest in search of Lorcan's help, and in return, he tells you of the dangers you may face at Tolakos. From out of a gold-capped leather tube, Lorcan produces a map of the Nagath. It details the location of the Melidorian encampment, the burial grounds of Tolakos, and the last known position of the Chaos Master's horde. Not sure we see anything like that. Not really. The scale is measured in leagues, but you are able to calculate that Tolakos lies about 10 miles from Lorcan's camp. A curvy red line has been drawn diagonally across the map to show where scouts last sighted the Chaos Master's troops. This line passes dangerously close to the burial grounds. Yeah, nothing like that is on this map. You must leave as soon as possible if you are to be sure of reaching Tolakos before it is seized by the enemy, says Lorcan, pointing to the bold red line. This was drawn 3 hours ago. If the Chaos Master decides to advance, he is within 8 hours' march of the burial grounds. This means that in only the next 5 hours can you be sure to find Tolakos unoccupied. I intend to march my army forward and hold Tolakos, but I await reinforcements, and I dare not move until they arrive. Therefore, I will provide you with a scout who knows the area well. He will guide you to your destination. Once you're there, the rest will be up to you. Lorcan sends for the scout, a Melidorian called Odell. When he arrives, he suggests that you visit the equipment tent before setting off through the forest. Maybe a shield. You can take this opportunity to select some new equipment before venturing to Tolakos, or we can start the journey without delay. Let's go see what they offer. Luck be with you, Aonian, says Lorcan as you turn to leave his cabin. Remember, I will be marching to Tolakos as soon as my reinforcements arrive. You thank him and bid him farewell before following Odell, the scout, as he wends his way through the busy encampment to the equipment tent. 2 grim-faced guards bar your entry, but when Odell tells them on whose authority you are here, quickly they lower their spears and allow you to pass. The tent is full of weapons and provisions, and Odell suggests that you take whatever you need. You may select from the following: a sword, a spear, a mace, dagger, a quarterstaff, short sword, bow, a quiver, 6 arrows. Well, you can take one. Backpack, a Zenga scale brigandine. Special item: when worn, this thick armored coat adds +4 endurance. It cannot be worn with a leather or chainmail waistcoat. Well, just for show. I think I can replace the chainmail waistcoat. Then get scale brigandine. Will be a memento of this adventure. And finally, there's a Melidorian Coif, a special item, +1 endurance, and it can be worn with any helmet. Oh, that's nice. A little +1 here. Since the battle, yeah, we're back to full health, but now we're at 44 endurance points. That's pretty much all there was available. Odell replenishes a quiver of bolts, which he carries on his hip, and he checks that the crossbow he wears strapped to his forearm is functioning properly. Satisfied, he folds away its hinged bow arms before slipping a brace of throwing knives into the tops of his boots. "Are you ready?" he asks as you finish adjusting your equipment. "Yes," you reply confidently. "Let's go." You leave the encampment by slipping over the perimeter wall and quickly merge like shadows into the thick forest beyond. The giant trunks support a canopy of dense foliage that blocks out most of the light and keeps the forest floor bathed in a perpetual twilight. A carpet of moss muffles your footfalls, and the holly foliage that grows in abundance is bushy velvet lichen. It is patterned with orange-headed tooth-sized growth. You possess the Magnakai discipline of curing. We don't. One of the two skills we don't have yet. I guess those were maybe healing herbs, something like that. The berry-like growth smells sweet and succulent. They revive your appetite and remind you that your last meal was several hours ago, so we can eat those berries or not. Do we take a gamble? Such a strange world, I'm not sure. We have enough meals anyway, let's not be greedy about that. Yep. The cool gloom of the Nagat forest floor seems to continue indefinitely. At length you arrive at a place where one of the massive trees has fallen and torn a gap in the canopy of leaves. Here the gloom is brightened by a narrow column of light. "That's Balin's bow," whispers Adele, pointing at the decaying trunk. "Only one more league, and we'll be at Tolakos." If you have the Magnakai discipline of bathmanship and have reached the rank of tutelary or higher. We do. You feel the familiar chill of premonition as your Magnakai senses alert you to a tiny pair of eyes blinking in the gloom of the leafy canopy overhead. You sense that the hostile creature lurks here, waiting to fire at anything that comes within range of its lethal blowpipe. If you have a bow and wish to use it, sure, we just pulled our quiver for that. With consummate accuracy, you send an arrow whistling into the treetops. It ends its flight buried feather deep in the scaly abdomen of an Acta sniper. The beast gives a piercing shriek and tumbles to the ground, landing with a sickening thud near the base of Balin's bob. Odell praises your skill and rushes forward, half-crouched, to search the chaos creature's broken body. We can stay where we are and cover him with our bow, or follow him. Sounds like a good idea to cover the guy. I hope we'll bring back the loot. You scan the surrounding trees, your eyes peeled for any hint of another enemy while Odell examines the dead Acta. He shakes his head, indicating that he has found nothing of interest, and beckons you onward. Just as you begin to move, you catch sight of a grey shape scurrying away into the misty distance. Quickly you draw an arrow and take aim, but the creature is no longer there. It has melted away into the shadows. So the Chaos Army scouts are already there. We won't get the Lorestones without a fight, most assuredly. There is a moment of cold fear when first you set eyes on the burial grounds of Tolakos, an eerie blue glow cast by clumps of bacterial fungi illuminates a mist that seeps from the tombs and crypts of this ancient necropolis. The swirling vapor is contained by a wall which encircles the graveyard, although it is broken in many places where trees have displaced the moldering stonework. With a weapon at the ready, you follow Odell toward one such gap in the wall, which is overshadowed by a great mausoleum. "This is the vault of Sidrant," whispers Odell, as he clambers over the rubble and crouches beside its damp grey wall. "Old King Callans sleeps here." He removes the throwing knife from his boot and, with its tip, he points to the other funeral landmarks of Tolakos and identifies them one by one. "That's the crypt of Julia. Over there are the graves of the faithful, and there's Balin's tomb. The Chaos Master and his minions have kept us away from here for nearly a generation, but Lorcan is determined to wrest it from him and restore it to its past glory. Over there, near the center, is the Grand Sepulchre. That's where the bloodline of the Arenard clan are laid to rest." You stare at this macabre building, and a powerful feeling electrifies your body. The Sepulchre is an imposing sight, yet it is not the grim splendor of its design that exhilarates you. You are ablaze with the realization that somewhere here, in the Grand Sepulchre of the Arenards, lie the last two Lorestones of Nixator, the objects of your quest. "I must search that tomb," you say, staring fixedly at the huge door that dominates the sepulchre's blue-gray sculptured facade. Odell frowns and casts his eyes nervously at the surrounding mist. "I cannot enter," he says. "I am not of clan blood. If you choose to go through that door, you must go alone." You sense that nothing will induce Odell to break clan law, but you are anxious not to lose a valuable guide. "When I enter the Grand Sepulchre, will you wait for me here?" you ask, hoping he will agree. Silently he considers your request.
Yes,
he says without enthusiasm.
but search swiftly. The creatures of chaos are close. I can feel it in my blood.
You exchange stern smiles, then hurry away through the knee-deep mist toward the great door of the Grand Sepulchre. The portal is secured by a massive metallic lock. Engraved into its blackened surface is a quartered square. In 3 of the 4 quarters there are etched symbols, but the 4th quarter, which is formed of a soft clay-like substance, remains blank. Your basic eye instincts tell you that the symbols are a clue to a Melidorian code that unlocks the great door. By inscribing the correct symbols in the soft surface of the blank square, you will cause the portal to open. Study the sequence carefully. So in the top left corner there's a triangle and a circle, an empty triangle and an empty circle. In the top right corner there are 2 circles on top of one another, like a semicolon. And there's a full triangle at the right. And in the bottom right corners, there's a full triangle and an empty circle. But if you possess the Magnakai discipline of batsmanship or divination, we do, so maybe we skip this puzzle. Your senses warn you that a powerful spell protects this portal. If you inscribe the wrong symbol on the blank square, you will break the spell, the consequences of which could prove to be fatal. Well, that doesn't really give an answer. Below are shown 4 groups of symbols, only one of which is correct. One group, when inscribed on the blank square, will open the lock that secures the great door. Study the symbols carefully and compare them with the other 3 groups in the illustration accompanying the previous section. When you think you have found a group of symbols that completes the sequence of 4, turn to the section given below. Okay, let's go back to see the puzzle. So we have a full triangle, empty circle, 2 empty circle, a full triangle, and empty circle. If they are kind of opposite, like top left opposite to bottom right, the difference is the left side is full instead of empty. If we go like that, maybe it's 2 full circles and 1 empty and 1 full triangle. But nothing like that. The 4 options. We have A, which is a full triangle and 2 empty circles. B, an empty triangle and an empty circle. C, 2 empty circle and an empty triangle. D, an empty circle and a full triangle. Maybe the answer needs to be faced with the a triangle to a triangle and circle to circle. Is that a mathematical problems or a geometrical problem? Geometry problem. I doubt it's the same symbol as the top left, so it shouldn't be B, because B is the same as the top left corner. And A is the opposite of the top right corner. I doubt that's it as well. D is the opposite of the bottom right corner. So I doubt it's that as well. C, however, is the same symbol as the top right, except that the full triangle is an empty triangle. I think this one makes more sense. because it's the same as the top right, while the top left and the bottom right are the same, except that there's a full triangle in the bottom right, which is the opposite of the empty triangle in the upper left. By its logic, the full triangle in the top right should be an empty triangle in the bottom left with 2 empty circles. I think C is the best answer here. So let's try it out. A soft, whirring noise emanates from inside the lock. Moments later, silently and effortlessly, the great portal swings open. With your nerves as taut as a bowstring, you enter the dark interior and follow a featureless corridor to another large but less impressive door. It opens at your approach. A surge of damp air whips past you, sucked into the chamber beyond as the airtight seal is broken for the first time in many decades. Torches ignite spontaneously, and for the first time in its long history, the secrets of the inner sanctum of the Great Sepulchre are revealed to the eyes of an Aonian. At the center of the chamber stands the statue of a proud Melidorian warrior, clad in battle dress with its sword raised in challenge. 7 closed caskets lie at its feet, with 7 more beside them open and empty, awaiting future generations of the Aranarch clan. Here you can sense the presence of the Lorestones more strongly. It makes your skin tingle and your pulse race. Yet despite your strong physical reactions, you can tell that they lie not within this chamber, but somewhere nearby. Behind the tall statue, you discover a narrow stair that ascends a circular portal in the ceiling. Close to the foot of the stairs, there is an arched door, which is fashioned from a sparkling blue metal. If you possess the Summer Sword, we do. Gently, the Summer Sword vibrates in its scabbard, and a cool golden fire laps around the hilt. Instinctively, you unsheath it, and immediately the blade is engulfed by vivid golden flames, ignited by the close proximity of the Lorestones. As you raise the sword, the flames burn brighter and illuminate the circular portal in the ceiling. At once, you realize that it must provide access to the roof of the sepulchre, and, with your heart pounding, you race up the steps, confident of finding the objects of your quest waiting for you there. A lever operates a portal, and when you pull it, the circular hatch creaks open and a shaft of grey light washes over your head and shoulders. Your senses burn with expectation. You grip the rim and start to pull yourself through the hole, but a dark shadow and a cold wind sweep over you, making you flinch and fall back on the stairs. There is a loud crack, like a sharp clap thunder. Then a terrible scream of agony echoes through the forest. Fear and anger grip your senses as you realize that you have just heard the dying scream of Odell, your guide. Enraged, you leap for the portal and pull yourself onto the roof, where the Lorestones and an unexpected adversary await you. Our companion is dead again. Perched on a bough overhanging the roof is a gigantic black-winged bird. Seated on its back is a magnificent warrior dressed in scarlet silk and polished silver mail. His head is crowned by an elaborate helmet, its visor formed in the shape of a roaring dragon with jeweled eyes and fiery breath. The tangled branches prevent the bird from landing, but a rope ladder hangs from its saddle, and the warrior uses it to climb down onto the roof. He leaps the last few feet, and his landing disturbs the dense mist that carpets the surface, rolling it back to reveal 2 glowing golden spheres of crystal, each filled with fire, lying close to where he now stands. He crouches down and your stomach churns with dread as you see him reach out to grab the golden Lorestones. If you have a bow and wish to fire the warrior, or we can draw an weapon and attack the guy, or simply command him not to touch a Lorestone. Like, he will obey. I think it's a bow situation. And we shot an arrow before that I didn't remove. We're down 2. You draw an arrow and take aim as he stoops to snatch the Lorestones with his gloved hands. However, he is covered in heavy mail, and even at this close range, there are few places where you can be sure that your arrow will pierce his armor. We can fire at his visor, fire at his throat, or fire at his chest. Okay, there's an image of the guy, maybe it will help. And he seems fully armored with chainmail from head to toe. Well, maybe there's another... Yeah, maybe there's an opening at the throat level between the helm and the scale mail. It will be the hardest shot, most probably, but we have confidence with our weapon mastery skill. And the silver bow of Duadon. You aim for the weakest part of his armor, where his chainmail vest joins the bever of his helmet, and release your straining bowstring. But the warrior has the reactions of a young leopard. He senses that he is vulnerable to your arrow and twists aside to avoid it. Pick a number from the random number table and add it to any missile bonuses you may have. Oh, 1! Damn! With the bonuses, that's a 6. We need to get at least 9. Let's use the Crystal Star Pendant and reroll our die for the adventure. 7 plus 5, that's 12. It's higher than 9. I hope that it was possible to kill a guy. Maybe it was not. Desperately, he tries to avoid your arrow, but it penetrates his armor and lodges in the side of his neck. He screams at the sudden pain and tears the offending shaft from his flesh, hurling it back at you contemptuously. Such fortitude is impressive, but you can tell that he has suffered a serious wound. Feverishly, he scoops the Lorestones into a small velvet sack, which hangs from his sword belt, and you shoulder your bow in favor of a hand weapon as you run forward with determination to prevent his escape. Cursing vilely, he unsheaths a curvy-bladed sword and raises it to parry your first attack. You sense that he is a formidable fighter, but his wound has left him greatly weakened. His attacks are slow and erratic, and you are determined to exploit your advantage to the fullest. You fight a Scarlet Warrior, combat skill 25. That's plus 11 combat ratio. I guess the arrow did his job. And he has 30 endurance points. Yeah, he's weaker than the previous creatures. The arrow really did his job. Its job. If you reduce your opponent's endurance to 20 points or less, do not continue the combat. If you kill your adversary, alright, I think there was a little glitch in the internet. Seems to have lost the connection for a few seconds. So as I was saying, we need to roll 8 or better on the first roll, or roll 1 on the first roll. So that will bring him down to 21. And next roll 8 or better. Just going to make a quick check on the internet connection. Sure that it's fine. Yeah, seems to be holding fine. Let's hope it's not ISP maintenance. Or server maintenance. It's my Foundry server is hosted on the cloud. Okay. Well, technically, we rolled the 3 before that we never used, so I should use the 3 that I rolled. Which means that the guy receives 11 damage and we get 2 damage. And I cannot re-roll. It's a 9. Is that 9, 11? Sorry. 11, yeah. Right, so he's brought down to 19. And that's under 20. And the guy isn't dead. Breathless and bleeding, the warrior evades your skillful attacks by leaping for the rope ladder and holding fast. He shouts a command and the giant black bird takes to the air, lifting him off the roof. A wave of panic engulfs you. In desperation, you leap up and strike a blow at the velvet sack swinging from his belt. He tries to fend off your attack, but his position is precarious. Your blow strikes home, slitting open the velvet and gashing deep into the back of his gloved hand. He drops his sword, and one of the 2 Lorestones tumbles from the sack and falls into the graveyard below, coming to rest close to the door of the sepulchre. Yet he manages to save the second Lorestone from falling, and with a parting curse, you watch as he's lifted above the trees and carried away into the cold gray sky. I really wonder what will happen if we rolled better on this. Do we really get the second Lorestone right away? Yeah, it's same result, but the guy is dead. Yeah, well. Well, one of the two. So that means we're still a long road ahead. We probably need to go into Agadar over there on the other side of the map. Good luck, Lone Wolf. Peering over the parapet, you try to locate the Lorestone, but it is impossible to see through the eerie blue carpet of grave mist. You're about to leave the roof when you hear a thrumming noise, like the sound of wild and discordant drumming. You peer in the direction of the noise and see a line of hulking shapes shambling toward the gaps in the perimeter wall. Instantly you recognize them. They are Agte, the hideous creations of the Chaos Master. Spurred on by anger and fear, you race through the inner sanctum of the sepulchre and skid to a halt before its great door. Here, shrouded in mist, you discover the body of your guide, his chest torn open and blackened by a bolt of power that claimed his life. You kneel to close his sightless eyes, and immediately you sense that the Lorestone is close at hand. Guided solely by instinct, you race toward the Lorestone. As you're running past the entrance to a crypt, you're set upon by a pair of snarling chaos creatures. Yeah, the killers were nearby. You are in combat with two Acta scouts determined to fight you to the death. We were able to heal our light wound with the healing skill. The creatures have a combat skill of 26, which is a combat ratio plus 10, and they have 21 endurance points. That's not much for creatures. These creatures are immune to Mind Blast, but not Psy Surge, unless you possess the Magnakai Discipline of Hunt Mastery. Reduce your combat skill by 3 points for the first 2 rounds of combat owing to the speed and surprise of their attack. No problem there, but the combat ratio is down to 8 without Mind Blast. We're rolling dice again. For a plus 8 combat ratio, we need to roll pretty much 2 and higher for it to be a good roll. And with 21 endurance points, I think no more than 2 dice roll will be necessary to win this fight. 6 and 3. 6 is first. That's 12 damage against 1 and 9 against 2. So we lose 3 endurance points and the enemies falls to straight on 0. Not many tough fights so far. I'm dreading the Chaos Master though. You leap over the bodies of the dead Acta and press on with your search. Ahead you see a glimmer of gold in the pale blue luminescence and you thrust your hand toward it, into the mist. A tingling sensation runs the length of your arm, filling your body with an incredible sense of strength and well-being as you close your hand around the Lorestone and hold it up before your eyes. The golden glow fades as the power and wisdom contained within the Lorestone is infused into your being. As the radiance fades, you feel it surging through you, banishing your fatigue and mending your wounds. You have no time to train using this newfound insight. You will not reach a new level of Kai Mastery and gain a new Magnakai Discipline before the conclusion of this adventure. You do, however, regain all your endurance points as you return to full health. Yep, back to 44. Your spirit soars, but you do not allow this euphoria to blind you to the danger that is closing fast on Tolakos. You turn and run back toward the entrance of the Grand Sepulchre, intending to seek sanctuary behind its door. But your foot catches on something sharp and sends you sprawling to the ground. Although the toe of your left boot is cut through, fortunately your foot has escaped without a scratch. Cautiously you try to locate what it is that causes such a vicious cut, and you discover the Scarlet Warrior's curvy-bladed sword. You can keep the weapon, or not. Well, let's take it and see what it does. See later if we keep it or not. You raise the sword and essay a cut or two to gauge its worth. It is a fine weapon designed for parrying and riposte, skillfully crafted by an expert smith. Its hilt is bejeweled with emeralds, and the curvy blade is engraved with a spectacular fiery dragon. At once you recognize the design, and your hopes of retrieving the last Lorestone are revived. It is identical to the symbol Seraka first showed you in a table of visions, the mark that emblazoned the stone gate of Hagadar. You focus your Kai skills on the blade and they confirm your suspicions. The Scarlet Warrior came from Hagadar, and it is to that distant city that his black-winged mount is now returning with the last Lorestone of Nixador. Regard his weapon as a Hagadar sword. In your action chart, if you wish to keep it, it is high-quality weapon. Will add +1 to your combat skill. Score when used in battle. This bonus increases to +2 against enemies wielding melee weapons against you. But we won't really be using that in combat. I'm really fond of the axe. We don't have a weapon mastery in sword, so yeah, goodbye. From the depths of the Nagot forest comes crawling a nightmare army of gibbering chaos creatures. They are directed by one sinister being, and all are obedient to his silent command. You run toward the sepulchre with terror in your heart as their writhing shapes pour through the gaps in the perimeter wall. In ever-increasing numbers, you evade their spears and stones, but as you reach the great door, you are confronted by 3 tentacled horrors. Each of these hideous creatures wears heavy armor strapped to their warty hides. Their bloated bodies fill the doorway and prevent you from entering. If you have the Magnakai discipline of divination, hunt mastery, or pathmanship, you have all 3 of these. Your senses tell you that Lorcan Ironheart's army is within a league of Tolakos and will arrive here within the hour. Until then, you must find somewhere safe from the Chaos Horde, or you will be overwhelmed and destroyed by their sheer weight of numbers. Quickly you scan the surrounding crypts and note that, with the exception of the Grand Sepulchre and Balon's tomb, they are all in a state of ruin. If you choose to attack the chaos creatures that are blocking the entrance to the Grand Sepulchre, or we can run to the Balon's tomb and attempt to hide there. That's a good question. I think we shall try the Balon's tomb, because the Grand Sepulchre is full of holes, but we already opened the door there. I think we shall go into the Grand Sepulchre, maybe get to the roof, and we'll be able to defend the stairs and have a choke point there. The 3 creatures bellow rather, and growl when your blows find their way between their plates of armor, and they retaliate by lashing you with their suckered tentacles. Their attacks are ill-aimed and clumsy, but wherever one of their rubbery limbs touches your flesh, it leaves an angry red whale. Fight with the Octagta. Combat skill 12. Ugh. 3 because we don't have any other choice. They're so weak. 44 endurance points, 12, that's plus 24 combat ratio. Oh, damn. And they have 43 endurance points though. They are HP bags. Unless you possess the Magnakai discipline of curing and have reached the Magnakai rank of Mentora or higher, add 2 to any endurance point losses you sustain during this combat owing to the poisonous slash of their tentacles. And we don't have that, so that's plus 2 damage for every roll. But with plus 24, that means it's plus 12, plus 11 or greater combat ratio. We need to roll 7 or higher to not be damaged. And I guess to kill them, 3 rolls might be required. Oh, not at all. 6, well, the first roll is the bad one. That's 16 damage for the enemy against 1 plus 2 for us. So 3 damages. And the second roll is a 9, it's an insta kill. Yeah, so the creatures are dead, and there's a roll of 9 waiting on the road for the next fight. Perchance we have been hit only once. We can evade at any time to the Balon's tomb, but we didn't need to. The combat has been won. As the last of your foul enemies falls dead at your feet, you sheath your weapon and drag their blood-spattered corpses away from the great door. Then you push close the heavy portal, making sure that it is secure before climbing the stair to the roof. Yeah, like the plan, on the choke point. Looking down from the parapet, you are greeted by a stirring sight. Larkin Ironheart's army is surging into Tolakos, transforming the chaos-choked grounds into a raging battlefield. At their head you see Larkin, his silver armor and scarlet cloak tarnished with black blood, striking at the enemy with blurring speed and deadly accuracy. He leads a massive wedge of Meledorian warriors whose faces and armor are painted with magical runes to ward off the creatures of chaos. The Acta melt before them like ice before raging fire, and flee in panic to the dark safety of the Nagath. The Meledorians give a rousing cheer of victory to speed the enemy's retreat, yet their jubilant cries are soon stifled when, from the depths of the forest, they are answered by a thunderous roar. Something huge and deadly is striding toward Tolakos. The ground trembles beneath its step, and the air is filled with sounds of great destruction. The crack and groan of sundered trees and the thunderous growls of a gigantic beast grow steadily louder, driving many of Lorcan's soldiers to the brink of despair. Desperately, he tries to rally them, but his voice is lost amidst the deafening noise. Suddenly, a gap appears at the forest's edge, as effortlessly a pair of stout trees are pushed apart by monstrous hands. Morbid terror grips the Meledorians, and few stand their ground when they see the awesome visage of the Chaos Master looming 30 feet above. You look upon his massive naked body and feel sickened by what you see. His features are in a constant state of flux, dissolving, merging and melting into new and ever more hideous shapes. Only Lorcan appears unmoved by the dreadful sight. He raises his sword and challenges the evil being to single combat. His brave words are met with a howl of Daziarn.
You will challenge a god?
Speaks the Chaos Master, his mocking voice unbearably loud. Lorcan remains undaunted by his enemy and repeats his call to combat. The Chaos Master laughs.
Ah, then let us begin. For though our sport shall be but a brief affair, I shall delight in killing such a righteous fool as thou, Lorcan.
Terrifying he's, the Chaos Master uproots a tree, pares away the branches with the edge of his hand, and then wields it like a gigantic club. He strides forward, pursuing Lorcan in a grim game of cat and mouse that leaves a trail of destruction wherever they go. The Meledorian relies on luck and fleetness of foot to avoid the crushing blows, but his luck and skill do not last indefinitely. He slips and falls near the wall of the crypt on the roof, of which you are crouching. The Chaos Master bellows with glee and strides forward, his club raised to crush Lorcan to an unrecognizable pulp. His loathsome shoulders draw level with the parapet, and as he steadies himself for the coup de grace, he comes within an arm's length of your position. If you possess the Summer Sword and wish to use it, all in, you're going down, Chaos Master of 30 feet high. You draw back your golden blade and take aim at the Chaos Master's heart, but the closeness of your goodly blade screams a warning to the evil god, and quickly turns to face you. You strike a blow which gouges into the ribs but misses its vital target. With a roar of pain, the Chaos Master drops his club and clasps at his deeply slashed side. Pain swiftly transforms into rage, and with a vengeful scream, he reaches out to crush you to death with his monstrous hands. Big boss fight after all those easy fights. It warrants a battle music for such a huge fight. Alright, so the Chaos Master badly wounded, combat skill 45, perchance he's badly wounded. We had the time to heal since the last battle. We're back to 44. 45 combat skill, that means it's a -9 combat ratio. Wow. Completely the opposite of all the other fights so far. And he has 62 endurance points. That's crazy. Crazy fight. Being is immune to Mind Blast, but not Psy Surge. The Chaos Master's divine nature and aura of power render him immune to Fire Seeds. For each lore circle you have completed, add +1 point to your combat skill for the duration of the fight. Okay, so we lose 2 because of Mind Blast not working, but we gain 3 for the lore circles completed, which gives a combat ratio of -8. But we can use Psy Surge to reduce the combat ratio to -4, and I think that's what I'm going to do, because we need to chop off 62 HP there. And difference between a -4 and a -8. It's pretty much a difference of 2 damage each time. It's significant enough, I guess. Okay, what are the risks of dying there? Except high ones. Yeah, we can safely roll. Nine times, I think. Wow, such a big roll. 9d10, here we go. Ali eject test. Very average rolls. Okay, let's add all of those damages. For a 2, it's 2 against 5. A 6 is 6 against 3. A 5 is 5 against 4. The first number is the endurance points lost by the enemy. A 4 is 4-4. A 3, we're going down, is 3 against 5. Advantage back to the Chaos Master. A 9, that's way better, is 9 against 0. We needed that. A 5 is 5-4 again. A 1 is really bad, it's 1 against 6. And a 9, which is 9 against 0. Alright, so let's tally the numbers. After 9 rounds of fighting, Lone Wolf is down to 13 minus 9, 4 endurance points. I don't see how we are going to survive this. And the Chaos Master is down to 18 endurance points. Whoa. I don't see how we can survive this. Those rolls were way too bad. Oh, we have a 9 from the previous fight left. Right. So the enemy is at 9 actually after 10 rounds of combat. So Lone Wolf has 3 endurance points and the Chaos Master has 9. Actually, if we roll 9 or higher, it's a win. If we roll 7 or lower, Lone Wolf is dead. Those are really bad odds. If we remove Size Surge for a combat ratio -8, Lone Wolf cannot win in one roll. He will need 2 rolls. And he dies by rolling 8 or lower, which is worse odds than the 7 or lower. And we cannot re-roll a die because we already used the Crystal Star Pendant. It will be so hard. And I don't see anything else. That creature doesn't have double damage against the Summer Sword, I think. Hasn't been written there, it's not an undead. I think it would be the dead of Lone Wolf, or it's hard to be positive with such high odds. But there's nothing we can do to get ourselves in the middle of a fight. And we were full HP before this encounter. I guess it is what it is. Let's close our eyes. Oh, I won! Oh, that's such a horrible roll. Von Wolf is dead. Well, second death in the Magnakai series against the Chaos Master. I won. We do 1 damage and lose 6 in the process. Really bad rolls. And with the painstakingly tough odds, I'm going to check without using Psy Surge if it will change something, but I doubt. 7-2, 7-9, 11-14, 14-19, 16-25, 17-31, 24-33, 27-38, 27-46. Nah, it was really a good decision to use Psy Surge there. Made a lot of difference. Okay, well, let's try again. And if it doesn't work, we're going to go through, because there are no other options, I think. No, it's fight to the dead. So let's try a second set of roll. I think 11 dice roll will close the deal. We had 44 against 62. They sound like really bad rolls again. No, it won't work. It's 3 against 5. 10-7. 13-12. 17-16. 20-21. 29-21. 31-26. 34-31. 40-34. And we are dying there on round 10. And it's worse than the previous roll. He died on round 10 instead of round 11. I'm urged to try again, and if not, a 2 out of 3, even if he won the 2 out of 3. Seems like a little better roll. Oh, lots of 1s. Oh, and very average. I'm not sure it's enough again. Uh, 6 against 3. 10-7. 14. 11. 15-17. 21-20. 26-24. 32-27. 36-31. 37-37. 46-37. And we're dead here. Round 10 again. I don't really know how we could have better odds. We dropped the shield before. We could have a shield instead of Melodorian Coif. We'll give one more better column in the combat table. Which one was the better roll? This one is the better roll of the three so far. So I'll check with the -2, -1 with the shield. But we'll have given. But we have one less endurance points though. That's 7-2. 12-6. 16-10. 18-15. 25-17. 31-20, 38-22, 43-26, 45-31, 55-31, 64-32. Oh, we would die at the same time. With the shield. That's crazy. I recount that just to be sure. 7-2. 12-6. 17-10. 19-15. 26-17. 32-20. 39-22. 44-26, 46-31, 56-21, 31. And let's check here. Down to 23, -10 for the Psy Surge. And 6 here. Am I counting that correctly? Seven, 12, 18, 26, 32, 4, 6, 6. So he's left with 6. Yeah, that's right for that part. 2, 6, 10, 15, 17, 20, 22, 26, 31, 31. So we're down to 13. Ah, yeah, that's the thing. That's 31. So we're down to 13 -10 for the Psy Surge. And the last roll is a 8. And 8 is 9 damage. We would won with the shield. Because we lose 1 damage and 1 with the Psy Surge and the enemy is dead. So on the third roll with the shield, we would have won. But I'm not sure that it will have been the case on the first roll. It would have been quite close. I'm going to check just to be sure. That's 3-5. And the 9-0, the 10-0 before. So 13-5. 27. 26-10, 31-14, 35-18, 45-18, 51-21, 53-26, 63-26, Plus 11, 37. We would have won with the shield. Oh, damn. One decision in the middle of the book. Dropping the shield. Saying, bah, our combat skill is high enough. And not dropping the helmet. Or, actually, I could have dropped the waistcoat and I would have gotten a Zenga scale brigandine later on to replace the waistcoat. And we would have never have taken the Melodorian coif. Keep the shield. The sheet. I feel it's more legit to continue like this instead of skipping the fight. Sometimes a simple... Oh no, we would have died at the same time as well because we didn't have 44. I don't know what happens when we die at the same time. I think the enemy loses his HP before ours because the enemy is on top on the combat table. I wonder if there's if it's written in the combat rules. Not written. Rather seems to say that both damages happen at the same time. Even if we won, we die. So yeah, it wouldn't have worked because of the one less endurance points traded for +2. I feel less. It's a shame of dropping the shield then. I'll keep the inventory as it were. I really don't know what we could have done to win this fight instead, other than rolling higher numbers. And it was hard rolling high numbers on this. I think the average for 11 rolls of 10 should be about 6. Yeah, we rolled really low. The average should be between 55 and 66, something like that. And we rolled 3 times under the average. I'm sure that a 4th roll will be on the average. Yeah, 63. So, sorry. With 63, I think we will have won there on the 4th try. Let's try to be legit there, because it's a big fight. Well, with I need to see the rolls. Yeah, 994. Lots of good rolls in that. 9-0, 18-0, 22-4. 23-10, 25-15, 31-18, 35-22, 36-28, 45-28, 55-28, 63-29. So he's dead, and we add 11 to 29, that's 40. We have 4 endurance points left with the enemy dead. It took 4 rolls, 4 tries to get over the Chaos Master. Most probably the hardest boss fight we had so far. At least in the Magnakai series. So let's guard something. Agadar. As you strike the fatal blow, the Chaos Master vents a shriek loud enough to wake the dead. His great body stiffens, lit from within by the intense glow of the summer sword's blade impaled through his chest. The radiance of Kai's wrath boils the would-be god from within, his flesh burning to ash, and his bones detonating inside his blazing corpse. After just a few moments of ignoble immolation, he fades from sight, billowing away on the wiggling winds of chaos until all that remains to record his existence is the vile smell of his scorched blood and the lingering echo of his dying scream. The Melidorians are overjoyed to have witnessed the spectacular defeat of the Chaos Master, for your victory has rid them of their greatest enemy. They call to you to come down from the roof, and when you appear in the doorway, they shower you with praise. "We owe you more than our lives, Aeonian," says Lorcan, his strange blue eyes aglow with admiration. "Your great deed has saved our realm and put an end to the plague of chaos that would have corrupted us all. We are forever in your debt." In the fourth alternative universe. Lorcan orders that word of the victory, without battle music, be sent immediately to his people, and he commands that a celebration be held in your honor. But the urgency of your quest prompts you to forego the festivities and begin your journey to Agadar at once. Lorcan understands your need to make haste. He offers to help you by assigning another scout to guide you through the Nagat to the plain of Guakor. You can accept Lorcan's help or continue alone. Yeah, why not? We're going to kill another of his scout. Your new scout's name is Ark, a wiry Melidorian with steely grey hair and a lean, scraggy face. He is an expert woodsman, and with his help you are able to avoid all contact with marauding remnants of the Chaos Horde. The journey to the edge of the plain of Guakor takes nearly 100 hours, during which time you are able to conserve your food supplies by living off the land. In fact, so bountiful is the Nagat forest that you are able to gather a surplus of food equivalent to 3 meals. Well, don't have the space. During this time, you may also recover up to 3 points of lost endurance. Yeah, we need that. Because the eating skill isn't working over time with all the burn time. So we're at 7, and I'll check later on the eating skill. Then you check your equipment and consult your map before setting off with trepidation across the barren plain of Guakor. Oh, we need to bid farewell to Ark. Well, he survives. And pick a random number from the random number table. 2, which is bad. If the number is 0 to 6. Plains of Guakor. We need to cross the Neverness still. I wonder how we're going to do that. The plain of Guakor stretches to the cloudy horizon like a vast sea of dust, broken only by an occasional boulder or clump of wire-hard scrub. It is a drear panorama of a land, once rich and fertile, murdered by the curse of chaos. It instills in you a feeling of dread, and uncertainty at first, but as you trudge each weary mile, it slowly strengthens your determination to fulfill your quest. The fate that has befallen Guakor will befall Summerland if you fail to find the last Lorestone and return to defeat Darklord Gnaag. Shortly after your second stop to rest, you hear a sound far away to your right. A tiny speck in the grey sky grows steadily larger until at least You are able to discern its shape. A cold chill runs down your spine when you recognize its dragon-like features. It is a Zenga, the Scourge of Guacor. You can hide from the beast or stand our ground and await its arrival. Well, we really are low HP there. Should hide. There are very few places on this desolate plain that offer any cover from the air. You run toward the nearest, a group of boulders, and curl up among them in the hope that you will escape the Zenga's wicked gaze. Pick a number from the random number table. And time to move this pretty much over there. 7. If you have the Magnakai Discipline of Invisibility, yes, add 1 to this number for every Magnakai discipline you possess. Whoa. That's 8 on top. So 15 if it is 9 or higher. The huge winged beast soars over your position and circles twice before it loses interest in what appears to be just a cluster of grey rocks. Not daring to move a muscle, you wait until you can no longer hear the beat of its large wings before you uncurl yourself and stagger to your feet. After your encounter, you stop to rest less frequently. Mile after mile, you plod on mechanically, only half aware of the lifeless landscape through which you move. Fatigue dulls your senses, and you cannot recall the exact moment you entered the Neverness. Like a dream, it is as if you have always been here. Clouds swirl beneath your feet, yet they support your weight. You float in a sea and sky of grey, light without horizon or boundary. A limitless eternity of space. There are distant sounds, like muffled voices, but when you strive to understand them, they fade and you cannot catch the words. Time passes, yet time is meaningless, for you cannot tell the order in which events are taking place. From out of the swirling wisp of cloud, 3 globes of darkness arise. They swim closer, hovering to and fro, evolving into the forms of black-hooded riders on demon steeds. Leering skulls peer from the shadow of their cloaks, and you see your own eyes reflected in their bony sockets. If you have the Magnakai Discipline of Size Screen, we do. Not another big fight, and at least we're already into the Neverness here. It went fast. Blasts of psychic force shoot from the shadow creatures and hurtle toward your mind, but you sense the danger and raise a psychic defense to deflect the attack. The hostile energy buckles your taut shield and leaves you shivering with psychic shock. If you have reached the rank of Scion Kai, we did. You use your improved psychic skill to repair your taut shield by catching and controlling part of the hostile energy that is being directed against you. The shadow creatures sense your psychic mastery, and a whisper passes between them. They split up, the hooves of their steeds churning the cloud to a rolling ferment as they move at a gallop to surround you. If you possess the Magnakai Discipline of Psy Surge, your current endurance points are above 6, and you wish to use it now. Oh, it will cost dearly. Okay, we have Size Surge. Endurance points, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus one more, 11 with the next section. That's 18 of feeding skills. We're over 6, we're fine. You focus your energy on the approaching shadows and prepare to engage them in psychic combat. Oh, it's a fight. Shadow Reavers. Combat skill 25. It's a plus 11 combat ratio. At least it's the other way around. We start with 18 endurance points, which is quite low. The enemies have 35. No, that's not the correct one. 40 endurance points. Shadow Reaver. Conduct is mind combat following normal combat procedure, although in this instance, weapon skill and weapon mastery bonuses cannot be used to increase your basic combat skill score. Weapon skill, that's plus 4. They remove plus 4 there. We're down to a 7 combat ratio. Instead, for every Magnakai discipline you possess over and above the first 3 skills, you may add 1 point to your combat skill for the duration of the fight. That's plus 5, so we're going up to plus 12 combat ratio. Also, if you possess a psychic ring or a grey crystal ring, you may add a further 3 points per item to your combat skill. We have the psychic ring. We're up to 15 combat ratio. The bonus granted for possessing the silver helm is applicable here. We don't have that. The combat skill bonus for using a shield or of any kind or other worn items that provide such a bonus does not apply here, nor do any bonuses for using weapon-like special items such as the Summer Sword. Yeah. We don't have a shield, but the Summer Sword is minus 8. We're down to plus 7 combat ratio. Any bonuses to endurance due to armor should not be applied during this combat. Because the psychic combat takes place in mere moments physically, there is no time to use the fire seed or anything from your air pouch if you possess one. Okay. We have a helmet, that's 2. Power key, it's not armor. And the coif, that's 7 points less of HP, so we're at 11. Even with the plus 7, it will be hard. If your endurance falls below 6, you are not able to use Psy-Surge anymore. Do not continue the combat. Note the endurance score of your foes, and continue. Okay, yeah, it will be really hard. With a plus 7, we need to roll. Pretty much anything is good. I'm starting to be hopeful there. Let's start with the 5 dice roll. For the psychic fight. 3. That's 9, 2. 7. 14, 0, so 23, 2. A 4 brings it up to 33, 4. And again, 43, 6. I go with steps there. We're at 33-4. Yeah, the order is paramount again. 9-2. 23-2. 33-4. We're still fine. And 43-6. So we're going down under 6 endurance points, but the creatures are dead, which means that we won even if we're under 6 endurance points. Oof, that was quite tight. And we have a roll of 5 waiting around. Our actual HP is 12, though. With a haunting scream, the evil shadows fade and dissolve into the swirling clouds. A loud wind whistles in your ears, carrying with it the mournful sound of a tolling bell. At the center of the cloud, a ray of golden light pulses like a heartbeat in time to the chime of the bell. It draws you toward it, and you feel unable to resist its call. Slowly, the clouds separate, and a tall tower of glistening white stone looms before you. A globe of golden light hangs suspended in midair above its conical roof, pulsating with heat and radiating power like a tiny newborn sun. Its comforting warmth draws you toward an open portal at the side of the tower. Beyond it, you see a dark tunnel that descends toward a speck of misty yellow light. If you have completed the lore circle of the spirit, we did. Waves of raw psychic energy radiate from the golden sphere, hovering motionless above the tower. Your highly developed spirit skills enable you to tap this energy and use it to replenish lost endurance points. Pick a number from the random number table. 4. The number you have picked indicates the number of endurance points you are able to restore to your current total. So we're up to 16. Notwithstanding the healing skill that we'll see later down the road. Make the necessary adjustments to your action chart before continuing onward. You find it impossible to resist the strange compulsion drawing you toward the light. Effortlessly, you glide along the tunnel and emerge at the center of a huge transparent sphere. It is suspended in a luminous yellow sea of oily liquid. Behind its seamless walls swim fish-like creatures, strange things with phosphorescent bodies and opalescent jaws. You stare in fascination as they swim around you, seemingly oblivious of your presence. A billowing mist arises from the curved floor of this spherical chamber. It blurs your vision and numbs your senses. As if in a dream, you feel yourself lifted by the buoyant mist and transported across a vast, shadowy terrain, where spirit shapes, like wisps of white silk, swirl around you in continuous motion. At first, you cannot discern the nature of these gossamer forms, yet slowly they draw into focus, until at last you are able to distinguish their features. A cold terror grips your mind when you realize exactly what it is you're looking at. If you have the Magnakai Discipline of Sight screen, we do. The ghostly forms possess the faces of every enemy you have ever slain. They twist and contort beneath your gaze, their empty eyes burning with cold blue flames as they return your stare. Frantically, you draw on your psychic reserves and succeed in shielding your mind from the shock of this grim and haunting confrontation. Yeah, please don't make us fight the Zakan Kima, Bonatar, and all those bad guys. The ghosts dissolve into the mist, and a strange serenity soothes your tortured mind. New forms are taking shape now. They fill the scope of your vision with memories of events that occurred long ago. You see the smiling faces of your mother and father, the village of Dag, where you lived before you entered the Kai Monastery, and your sister Carrie calling you in for supper at the close of a warm summer's day. You also recall the sad memory of your brother Jan, who gave his life to save yours, when on your 6th birthday you slipped and fell into the river Tor. With amazement you watched as the patchwork parade of recollections continues to unfold, and slowly a realization of their meaning crystallizes in your mind. These people and these past events have all played their part, yet great or small, in the shaping of your destiny. The famous dream we were supposed to have. Suddenly the visions are obscured by a dazzling light. It shines so brilliantly that you are forced to shield your eyes against the glare. Many moments pass before you can make out the shape of what looms above. It is the huge face of a mighty warrior, strong and wise, whose golden eyes stare down at you with supernatural majesty. A kindly smile softens his heroic features, and a voice, deep and wondrous, rumbles from his throat. In this age of darkness, you have been chosen to fulfill the quest of the Magnakai. Be true to the quest, for the greatness born within you can save your people and right the imbalance which threatens to destroy your world. Doubt neither your purpose nor your strength, for inside you there burns a flame that can light the hopes of future man for all time. The divine radiance of his being and the gravity of his words fill you with wonderment, for your senses tell you that you are now in the presence of your Creator, the immortal God, Kai. Merely basking in the divine sunlit radiance of Kai restores up to 10 points of lost endurance. God. We're up to 26, notwithstanding the healing skill. Well, God, please give us the last Lorestone. The vision of your maker shatters with breathtaking suddenness, and without any warning, you fall forward and plummet into thick swirling clouds. The scary sensation of this rapid descent leaves you gasping, but the initial shock is soon replaced by the calm certainty that your fall is being controlled by unseen hands. Then, as if waking from a dream, you become aware that the cloud has faded and the welcome feel of firm ground has returned beneath your feet. You stand at the foot of a massive sandstone cliff, its sheer wall pitted and scarred by fierce winds that whip across the surrounding rocky landscape. Perched atop the cliff is a walled city, whose grim outline and dragon gate you recognize immediately. It is Hagadar, the forgotten city of Sendai. You stare up at the stronghold, pondering the near impossible climb to its gate, whilst trying to suppress your mounting fears. Nearby, you see a stinging stream of full water. You follow it to its source and discover that it pours from a grill set into the cliff wall. Judging by its color and stench, you determine that it must be a sewage channel that services the city above. You choose to attempt to enter the city via the sewage channel, or we can decide to try to climb the sheer windswept cliff to the city gate above. Cool. Climbing the cliff sounds quite dreadful. We're now at the end, finally. Okay, I either go to the sewage or climb the cliff. Well, we have a rope. But we need anyway to climb a bit. Oh no, it's at water level. Can we trust our rope? Do not snap. Let's go, let's do the folly of climbing this place. Despite the freezing wind and the near vertical angle of ascent, your basic eye skills enable you to climb the pitted cliff wall with little difficulty to begin with. However, when you reach the halfway point, you're faced by a ledge of sandstone that juts out several feet from the cliff face. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Pick a number from the random number table. 9. If you possess a rope, hey, add 1, so that's 10. If you possess the Magnakai discipline of Hunt Mastery and have reached the Magnakai rank of Primate or higher, add 3. That's the case, so that's 13. And the result needs to be 5 or higher. Well, the rope helps. With panther-like grace, you swing clear of the cliff wall, grab hold of the ledge with both hands and pull yourself over the obstacle. The remainder of the climb is easy by comparison, and soon you reach the top to find yourself standing in the shadow of the huge dragon gate. 2 iron-banded doors set into the stone offer access to the city. They're unlocked and unguarded. And you enter and walk undetected along the flagstone street which lies beyond. Yeah, well, it was an abandoned city after all. If you walk the shadowy avenues of Agadar, the atmosphere is so thick with the smell of salt and sulfur that those who you do pass are unrecognizable behind the damp pads they press to their faces to ward off the cloying stench. The dimly lit street ends at a central square, where you witness 2 encouraging sights. Rode to a stone monolith at the center of the square is a huge black bird. It is a Scarlet Warrior's winged steed. Behind it, rising in flat-topped chairs, is the Temple of the Sendai. 2 armor-clad creatures stand guard at the entrance, their rusty helmets crudely adapted to keep their face pads fixed in position. You sense that the Lorestone is here within the temple, and you scan every inch of it in the hope of finding an unguarded entrance. There are no other doors to be seen, but a circular chimney-like vent protrudes from the middle of the highest tier. We can climb to the top of the temple and attempt entry through the vent, or cover our face and attempt to bluff our way past the guards. At the point where we are right now, I'm pretty much YOLO all in. We have healed a lot since the last fight. Yeah, we're at 37 out of 44 endurance points. Maybe a bit more. Let's YOLO this. I'm not really scared by sweaty guards. The 2 guards draw themselves upright and grip the hilts of their tarnished swords with unease as they watch you approach. "What do you want?" growls the larger of the 2, his green piggy eyes glinting through the slits of his rusty helm. "I've been summoned," you say with conviction, praying that your bluff is good enough to fool them. "They want to see me straight away." The porcine guard swivels his eyes, blinks at his comrade, and whispers something you cannot make out. If you have the Magnakai discipline of invisibility, you do. Your mastery of dialect and mannerisms convinces them that you are one of the minions who serve the master of the city. Slowly they step aside, sniggering like spiteful children as they watch you enter through the temple door. You glance back to see one draw a warty forefinger across his throat, while the other laughs mockingly. Right. All the bad guys inside would be dead. Swiftly you enter and follow a corridor that sweeps away in a smooth curving arc. A line of doors, each one painted with the symbol of a writhing serpent, marches past on either side. The doors are invariably closed, and their heavy iron drawbolts are locked in position. You ignore them and hurry on toward a distant staircase, for it is here that you sense that the power of the last Lorestone is strongest. The staircase opens onto a balcony overlooking a large circular hall. Here, the floor is made of a polished blue-black marble that gleams like the still waters of a lake. At one end stands a massive table cluttered with artifacts, scrolls, and many strange potions and powders that hint at the practice of alchemy. At the opposite end of the hall is a towering arch, surface sculptured with all manner of creatures, many of which steer a deep loathing within you. Beneath the arch is a complete darkness. No light at all penetrates or reflects into this inky abyss, for this is the Shadow Gate of Sendai, the doorway back to your home world. If you have ever visited Kalt in a previous Lone Wolf adventure, we did. A sudden sound makes you spin on your heel, and instinctively you crouch in readiness for combat. A small group of people, dressed in costumes that look vaguely familiar, are marching along the corridor toward the balcony. To avoid them, you hurry down a narrow stair that leads to the hall below and take cover behind the overladen table. From your hiding place, you observe the group make their entrance. There are 6 of them. 4 men, 1 woman, and 1 other who walks with a stoop at the center of the group, and whom you cannot see clearly. You concentrate on their clothing, for there is something about its cut and style that is very familiar, yet you cannot pinpoint what it is. Then suddenly you recognize it, and a shock makes you draw breath. They are wearing some landing costume. The 5 visible faces are now all too familiar to you. Luvia's Court, the Poisoner of Tyso, Falco, Highwayman and Cutthroat, Aeta Nemata, the Witch of the Kirlunden Isles, Orgron, Multiple Murderer, and Gardor Vez, Chief Druid of Malice Mound, Necromancer and Cannibal. These are 5 of Summerland's most notorious criminals, all of whom were thrown into the Shadow Gate of Toran as punishment of their crimes. Shockingly, some of these vile confederates were exiled here centuries ago. Yet, none seem to have aged in all that time. 5 pairs of startled eyes glare at the table, alerted by your gasp, and the slick sound of blades leaving oiled scabbards follows instantly. Some lending exiles raise their swords and step forward to challenge you. As they move apart, you see the 6th member of their group clearly for the first time, and an icy chill runs down your spine. Slowly you shake your head in disbelief as your stare is returned by the cold, malicious eyes of Vonotar, the traitor. Vonotar, the fallen magician of the Crystal Star, whose act of betrayal brought about the downfall of the Kai Monastery and the brutal end of the Kai Order, is standing before you. You hunted him across sea and snow, through terrible dangers and mortal peril, before finally dragging him back to face some lending justice. The last time you saw his twisted face was when he was driven through the Shadow Gate, exiled to the Daziarn
Long have I waited for the chance to enact my revenge on you, lone wolf.
He hisses, his loathsome voice filling the hall with sibilant echoes.
I risk life and limb to gather these fellow victims of so-called some landing justice. Every last one just as hungry for revenge as I am.
With a vicious sneer, he screams maniacally.
And now my time has come. Kill the guy.
The 5 spring forward, eager to obey his hate-filled command. Okay, fight. We gain 3 more endurance points until that fight with healing skill. That's 40. Okay, start at 40. We have all 5 of them together, a combat skill of 38. So it's a -2 combat ratio. Oh, another hard fight, and they have 46 endurance points. It's better than the Chaos Master.
You cannot evade this combat and must fight all 5 enemies to the death. Their single-minded malice and poor teamwork cause them to interfere with each other during this crowded fight, providing you the ability to drink potions between combat rounds. Oh, okay. If you play in the advance or return mode, you may use the summer sword in this battle.
Okay, -2 combat ratio.
We pretty much need to roll 5, 6 or higher.
I think it's safe to roll 6 dice at once. Ah, and here are the good rolls that we needed during the fight with the Chaos Master. So, 10, that's 11-0, 11-0 for 22-0. A 7 brings it to 30 against 2. 38 against 5 for the 5. 45 against 7. Almost dead. And the last rolled. They're dead, and we lost only 11 endurance points. I guess we're going to fight Vonotar. Ah, he earned a little battle music. Won't come back after that. If you win the combat, it has been won in 5 rounds. As the last of your enemies falls dead at your feet, the traitor vents a shrill cry of terror and scurries like a bloated spider toward the shadow gate. In his hand, he clutches a bended leaden box, and as he runs, he works feverishly at the lock. Suddenly the lid springs back, and your senses burn as the power of the last Lorestone is uncovered. Now instinct alone guides your actions. You sprint toward him, determined to stop him from entering the shadow gate. He squeals with fear and turns to face you, his hand raised, a ring of blue fire pulsating on his finger. He screams a curse and a jet of cold fire lances toward your chest. Unless you possess the summer sword, the pale blazing bolt slams you to the floor. Fine with that, you lose 5 endurance points. If you have the Magnakai Discipline of Nexus, you lose only 3 points. If however you possess the summer sword, its golden blade is suddenly between you and the cold fire blast. Vonotar's foul magic rebounds from its light, leaving you unarmed and striking him instead. As you stagger to your feet, the traitor runs forward to finish you with another blast. You dive aside and the blast tears open the floor. Before he can launch another, you leap forward and attack him.
Last fight of the night. We didn't have really time to heal there, so we're starting this fight at 29. Maybe we could quaff down 1 potion. See the combat ratio. Vonatar the traitor with power ring has combat skill 30. So it's a plus 6 combat ratio, should be easy enough. And he has endurance of 21, but 18 if you have the summer sword, because we retaliated the blast. So he has 18. He's immune to Mind Blast and Psy Surge. Vonatar's shielding magic has rendered him immune to Fire Seeds as well. Okay, so it's a plus 4 combat ratio. I don't think we need to quaff down a potion. Should be an easy fight. With a plus 4 combat ratio, we need to roll pretty much 2 or 3 and higher, and it will be good. With so low endurance left on Vonatar, I guess 3 dice roll will be enough to end this. $997. Oh, the dice are coming with a vengeance. That's 14, and 14 it's dead. Vonatar is gone. No damage. He has been mowed down without any challenge whatsoever. And there we are, the last Lorestone of Nixator. Vonatar lies dead on the black marble floor, his torn body oozing a blood that is thin and vile, like a stream of poisonous venom. You roll his corpse aside and take up the Lorestone in your trembling hands. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of power is transfused into your being, and you feel lifted in mind and body to a level of consciousness that transcends your mortal frame. You surrender to its power, and under its guidance, you are drawn inexorably toward the arch of the Shadow Gate. Willingly, you step into the dark void and begin your triumphant return to the world where you were born. Congratulations, Lone Wolf. Your quest has succeeded, for the essence of the remaining 2 Lorestones is now one with your body and spirit. But the final struggle has yet to be decided. For the power of your mortal enemies, the Dark Lords of Hel'Jedad, has waxed and grown strong once more during your time in the Daziarn. If you possess the courage of a true Kai Master, the ultimate battle awaits you in the final episode of the Magnakai quest entitled The Masters of Darkness. Next week, same time, same channel.